Good morning, everybody. This is the regular Board of Supervisor meeting, Tuesday, August 26th, 2025. We are going to be going into closed session. Madam Clerk, could you report?
Closed session for today, item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9B1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras versus Tiscornia Ranches Limited Partnership et al., Calaveras County Superior Court Case number 20CB45113.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment online?
We have no attendees online.
Okay, with seeing none, then we'll move into closed session. Thank you. We'll be back at 9 a.m. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our meeting here on Tuesday, August 26, 2025. If we could all stand for the pledge, please. Madam County Council, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you report out from our closed sessions?
Yes, closed session from August 12th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, Conference of County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Unit. Board action, no reportable action taken. Closed session for today, August 26th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras versus Tiscornia Ranches Limited Partnership et al., Calaveras County Superior Court Case Number 20 CB 45113. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Just a quick report also that we will be breaking at 12 o'clock for lunch for a half an hour as we anticipate this to be a longer meeting. And just so if people are waiting for regular agenda items at the end of the schedule, just wanted to make sure everybody was aware. With that, we'll start with staff announcements. Ms. Medina, Shauna, and who do we have today? Astrid.
Medina Environmental Management Agency. We have Shauna Morales and Astrid. So we typically will bring one dog during our Board of Supervisors meeting so everybody can take her home. Don't fight over it. So this is Astrid. Astrid is a spayed female German Shepherd mix. She's probably about 5 years old. She's drooling, a drooling Astrid, and about 72 pounds. She arrived severely emaciated. She had double ear infections and a flea allergy. But in spite of all that, giving her, medicated flea baths, she has turned out, look at her, she's just beautiful. She's very affectionate and bonds easily with her handlers. With extra rations and medicated bath, she has gained weight. Like I said before, she came just in a horrible condition, but that's what we do with all our dogs. So we will try to save every single one of them. She enjoys walking, though now, even though now she's feeling a little bit stronger. I heard some people, some staff, coworkers mention that they have seen her, and Brett is probably going to take her home. She's a little reactive, so she's just kind of getting used to other dogs. She does like male dogs, but she's a little bit sensitive with female dogs. And she seems to be a little bit prey driven, so we're not too sure how she does with cats. That's real important. She can be real selective, particularly with female dogs. And she does, like I said, exhibit some of the prey drive, but she loves her treats. So this is Astrid. Our next focus, free rabies clinic only, will be held at the Spence Ranch Feed and Supply in the Angels Camp from 9 to 11:30. Dr. Sasha Greenley will be the attending veterinarian. The last free microchip and rabies clinic for 2025 will be held here at the Government Center on Saturday, October 11th. And that is the last clinic of the year. And I will make sure to bring the statistics back to the board for your acknowledgement at the end of the season, the rabies clinic season. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Astrid. Thank you, Sean.
Ready, Brett?
I was going to say, are there any other staff announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on to recognition and acknowledgements. Item number 2.
Item 2, proclamation, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, adopt a proclamation recognizing August 2025 as Child Support Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
And I'll hand the gavel to Supervisor Andal.
Whereas the vision of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency in partnering with families to create self-sufficiency. And whereas the professional staff of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency work diligently to fulfill this vision by partnering with families involved in more than 4,200 cases and collecting over $11 million in support last federal fiscal year. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency declares its commitment to having a meaningful impact on the families it serves. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is engaged in educating its customers regarding their cases and the community regarding the services it provides. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency affirms the important role it plays in partnering with parents to support the well-being of children. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency encourages parents to be accountable for their children, providing them many opportunities to succeed. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month recognizes and acknowledges parents who work diligently to support their children to provide both emotional and financial stability, thus having a positive impact on their children. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency thanks its partner agencies and recognizes its child support professionals who strive to continuously improve their customer service and make a difference in the lives of the children in our community. Hi, Kim.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
My name is Kim Britt, and I'm the Executive Director with Central Sierra Child Support Agency. And I thank you all for giving me the moment to talk a little bit about what we do, and this being Child Support Awareness Month. And I do want to say a special thank you to Supervisor Tofinelli and Supervisor Andal for being part of our Board of Directors, as well as Supervisor Huberty for being a recent member as well. The month of August is recognized nationwide as Child Support Awareness Month, and I am here today asking to proclaim as such. This month brings the opportunity to highlight who we are and the services our agency provides and recognize our hardworking staff. Child support is essential for many families, especially those with limited income. Nationwide, child support helps lift approximately 1 in 3 families with single parents out of poverty, collecting more than $34 billion statewide. Beyond the financial benefits, child support represents a parent's commitment and involvement, helping foster a stable, secure environment for children to grow and thrive. For parents, it promotes shared responsibility and a pathway to cooperative parenting even after separation. Central Sierra Child Support Agency operates under a JPA that provides child support services for Alpine, Calaveras, Amador, and Tuolumne County. And we currently service about 4,200 families and a total of about 10,000 children. We have offices in each of our 4 counties, and we have 27 dedicated employees that assist families here in Calaveras County. Not only do our staff collect and distribute over $10 million a year in child support, they also assist families in going to court, obtaining child support orders, filing various court documents, and making sure medical support is available for the children, as well as establishing parentage or paternity. We are committed to providing services to the communities within Calaveras County, and we have developed strategies to serve the community, even those that may have geographic or transportation barriers. The child support program continues to evolve, bringing services to better meet the needs of the family. In May 2024, legislative changes were made, allowing child support payments that used to be recouped to the government to now go into the homes of families. This change put more than $138 million more into the homes of families in California. Another legislative change that'll go into effect January 1st of 2026 is the implementation of the FEM final rule that changes the way that we actually calculate the child support, which aims to ensure that the support is realistic, evidence-based, and support family stability. Child support services through Central Sierra Child Support Agency are available to everybody: mothers, fathers, grandparents, and caretakers, anybody who's needing assistance to help support the family. There are no financial qualifications, and the process of requesting services is getting easier, and we're trying to meet customers where their needs are. Whether you need the assistance in modifying an existing court order, enforcing a brand new order, or obtaining a new order, establishing parentage, or simply just taking the burden off of the parents and keeping track of the payments, Central Sierra Child Support Services is here to assist. You can open a case by visiting our website at cscsa.org or give us a call and we can help walk you through the process. As we know, the Board of Supervisors plays a key role in supporting local families. Proclaiming August as Child Support Awareness Month not only brings awareness to the child support program, but also emphasizes the importance of child support services to the families in Calaveras County. And in closing, child support is not just a legal obligation, it's a lifeline for families. By supporting Central Sierra Child Support Services and the Child Support Program and helping to spread awareness, Calaveras County can help ensure children grow up healthy and secure, parents receive the support that they need, and our community becomes stronger. I thank you for your time and your commitment to the families of Calaveras County, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, board?
I would just love to say, Kim, it's great to see you in this position.
Thank you.
I so enjoyed being on the board, and it's great to see you today and see you in this position.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other public comment? Okay. I'll bring it back for a motion.
So moved.
In a second,
I'll second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, does hereby designate the month of August 2025 to be declared Child Support Awareness Month in Calaveras County and applauds the Central Sierra Child Support Agency for its continued service to the families throughout our community. Kim, you'll come up. One, two, three. Perfect. And we'll see you in class just at the right time. Candy.
I just want to make sure it's real quick. So it's.
Okay, I think with the next three proclamations, I think it's pretty historic. I don't know if it's ever happened before, but we're talking about 94 years, practically 100 years of service to Calaveras County with the next three proclamations, which I think is pretty commendable. So I'll turn it over now to Supervisor Stopper, who has the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Alberti.
Item 3, proclamation probation. Adopt a proclamation honoring Cheryl Evans for 40 years of dedicated service to Calaveras County and congratulating her on her retirement.
Of those total years, 40 is more than commendable. Almost painful. I wouldn't know though. Whereas Cheryl Evans will retire on August 29th, 2025 after 40 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the County of Calaveras, during which she has been a highly valued and well-respected member of Calaveras County Probation Department. And whereas Cheryl began her county career on July 15th, 1985 as an extra hire clerical assistant 2 with the Welfare Department, a role she initially accepted on a temporary basis, having been referred by her mother and intended only as a 6-month break from her home in Lake Tahoe. You didn't go back? Whereas Cheryl quickly proved herself an asset to the Welfare Department, earning a promotion to account clerk 2 on March 11th, 1989, a position she held with the professionalism and dedication until October 29th, 1997. And whereas the probation department, located downstairs in the same building, took notice of Cheryl's positive attitude, intelligence, and unwavering work ethic, and Chief Probation Officer Larry Wade successfully recruited her to join the department. And whereas Cheryl began her nearly 28-year journey with the probation department on October 30th, 1997, serving as a legal clerical assistant and becoming an integral part of the juvenile division, where she provided sole administrative support. And whereas driven by a strong commitment to professional development, Cheryl independently earned her paralegal degree in 2005. Whereas in recognition of her dedication and achievements, Chief Probation Officer Michael Krelitich reclassified her position to paralegal on August 5th, 2006, a role she held with distinction until April 27th, 2023. And whereas Cheryl's outstanding dependability, work ethic, professional integrity, and perseverance earned her a promotion by Chief Probation Officer Kim Craddock to Administrative Assistant 2 on April 28th, 2023. And whereas throughout her 4 decades of service, Cheryl's knowledge, 4 decades, I just, they don't keep accruing after 30 years. Cheryl's knowledge, dedication, and steadfast commitment have had a lasting impact on the county, particularly within the probation department. And her legacy will continue to inspire all who have had the honor of working alongside her. And whereas Cheryl Evans has enriched the county of Calaveras through her exemplary service and is truly deserving of the community's deepest gratitude, respect, and recognition. The respect and recognition, I understand, goes to softball also, right? So with that, any public comment?
Kim Craddock, Chief Probation Officer. I have worked with Cheryl at the probation department since she started in 1997 with us. Knew her, we were over in the building over there. We had to go upstairs to use the bathroom, so kind of met her on bathroom journeys way back when. Cheryl was not only a dedicated employee, but she saw the juvenile department through the many changes that have occurred over the years. When Cheryl started, juvenile probation was a much different institution than it is today, and its focus has completely changed to really focus on keeping families together and rehabilitating children. And Cheryl was the one who organized and implemented many of those changes and made sure we were in compliance with the law. Her institutional knowledge will be greatly missed, but I think even more so, Cheryl's true friendship to the staff at the probation department and other members of the county will be a great loss.
Anyone else? Is there anything you'd like to say, Cheryl? If you could stand up at the podium. This is your last hurrah and before.
I would just like to say thank you to the County of Calaveras and all of my former chiefs, my current chief, and my coworkers. Sorry. I will miss them, but I will see them. I will pop in from time to time just to say hello and show that I'm enjoying my retirement. So thank you all very much.
Yeah. The list of them, I mean, Michael Krelitich. I remember being a kid going out to his house in Paloma, and Terry Wade. I mean, that goes down. There's some history there, and we appreciate you making it and making the changes here and everything. So with that, if there's no one else, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move this item.
Thank you, Mr. Toffenelli. We have a motion by Mr. Toffenelli.
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Andal. All those in favor? Aye. We called for public comment. There was. Yeah. All right, back to it. Thank you. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Oh, yeah. So now therefore be it proclaimed. I put my glasses back on so I can see. that Cheryl Evans is recognized and honored for unwavering dedication during her 40 years of service with the County of Calaveras and is congratulated on her well-earned retirement. Thank you, Cheryl.
Sorry. Just try.
Wrong way. That's like.
I've been around, but who's actually also the question? Don't get straight.
There we go.
Madam Clerk, we'll move on to item number 4.
Item 4, proclamation, Sheriff, adopt a proclamation recognizing Sheriff's Deputy Brandon Hill for nearly 2 decades of honorable service to the residents of Calaveras County and congratulating Deputy Hill on his retirement.
I'll pass the gavel over to Supervisor Follendorf.
Whereas Deputy Brandon Hill retired on August 22, 2025, after nearly 20 years of dedicated service to the County of Calaveras as a valued and respected member of Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Deputy Hill was hired by the Sheriff's Office in December of 2005, after attending the regional training facility at Fresno City College Police Academy. And whereas becoming a deputy sheriff, Deputy Hill worked various positions within the Sheriff's Office, including patrol duty, out-of-class corporal, field training officer, and court security bailiff. And whereas Deputy Hill has served most recently and continuously for several years as a team member of the Court Security Division of the Sheriff's Office. And whereas Deputy Hill has consistently shown continuous dedication to the safety of staff and the public, and his coordinated site security during large trials were assigned as the security supervisor. And whereas Deputy Hill has committed to the community department and to his assignments and his actions, accomplishments, and his dedication to a career in public safety is exemplary. And whereas Deputy Hill, long tenured to the service of the court security detail, and his overall career is worthy of the community's respect and recognition. And with that, I will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone? Yeah.
About him too. I'm gonna say nice things about Brandon here. This morning, Ed Ballard, it's just about a familiarity. There's no disrespect to me calling Ed Ballard, Eddie. We've known each other for, I think almost 34 years or more. But Brandon here, has been serving in the court system, and I've been seeing him a lot lately. Great man, does a fantastic job, smiles, and they always have a great sense of humor about why I'm there. So with that, I got you this card. I especially picked it out for you, as you know. There are only so many cards available at the local Dollar General. It was either this or congratulations on the baby. So here we go.
Thank you.
You are very welcome.
I just want to know Carl's box. Come on up, Brandon. So I just want to say thank you to the board. Anyone that spends
you know, almost 2 decades of their life dedicated to the citizens of Calaveras County, as Brandon has, deserves recognition. So congratulations, Brandon. Won't say anything.
Do you have anything you want? No, no. Thank you for your dedication. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments before we bring it back to the board? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
Brian, I want to say thank you very much for your service. Great job and happy retirement. Have a great time. With that, I will move this item.
Is there a second?
I will second it, and I'm just glad I didn't have to go in there and see your face too often.
Thank you so much.
Got it. Moved and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
It passes 5-0 by the board. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Deputy Brandon Hill is recognized and honored for his dedication during his nearly 20 years of service at the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office for the residents of Calaveras County, passed and adopted by the board today, the 26th of August, 2025. Thank you.
Okay.
You're the outcome.
All of you.
It was my guy. My guy. Your guy. Well, your guy.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, scooch down because these guys are really tall, even standing.
There you go. All right.
One, two. Thank you.
Guess I should have been down.
And our last proclamation, item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Says adopt a proclamation recognizing Sheriff's Captain Ed Ballard for 34 years of service to the residents of Calaveras County and congratulating Captain Ballard on his retirement. So Captain Ballard, front and center.
Eddie.
Absolutely. Now, Supervisor, our Chair Hubbard, said we were gonna break for lunch for half an hour. And by the time I read this, it'll probably be 12 o'clock, so. So Captain, you prefer to be called Captain or can I call you Eddie? Like I've known you for years and years. You like Captain Ed? Okay. This is a proclamation recognizing Sheriff's Captain Ed Ballard for 34 years service to the residents of Calaveras County and congratulating Captain Ballard on his retirement. Whereas Captain Ed Ballard retired on August 22nd, 2025, and after 34 years of dedicated service to the County of Calaveras, and has been a valued and well-respected member of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Captain Ballard's passion for public service started with his honorable service in the United States Navy. And whereas prior to his employment with Calaveras Sheriff's Office, he worked as a law enforcement officer in San Joaquin County. And whereas he was hired by the Calaveras Sheriff's Office in 1991. Yeah, that was still in high school, I think, in 91. And
I was.
and was able to return to serve the community in which he was raised And whereas upon becoming a deputy sheriff, Ed Ballard worked various positions within the sheriff's office, including patrol duty, field training officer, narcotics officer, canine handler, detective, sergeant, narcotics unit sergeant, special operations lieutenant, animal services manager, jail commander, and special operations captain. And whereas Ed Ballard was assigned to a Calaveras leadership working group and became part of the original group of leaders who wrote and passed Measure J, the measure which funded the new sheriff's office and jail. Thank you. Whereas Ed Ballard was an integral member of the construction and transition leadership team for the new sheriff's office and jail complex and was assigned to physically work at the new construction site from the day of breaking ground until the day of completion.
We did good.
We did that. Whereas Ed Ballard has served most recently and continuously for several years as a special operations captain, where he has been an integral contributor during emergency fires and floods, and where he has procured life-saving equipment. And whereas Ed Ballard has consistently shown continuous dedication to the safety of staff and the public and has coordinated large response to other counties during mutual aid missions. And whereas Ed Ballard had received several awards while at the sheriff's office, including but not limited to campaign service ribbons and unit citations, and he is a graduate and instructor of the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute. Whereas Ed Ballard has been a continuous positive influence within the sheriff's office and has exemplified commitment to the community, department, and his assignments in his actions and accomplishments. His work ethic, professional integrity, and perseverance made his service exemplary. And whereas Ed Ballard's service has created a tremendous impact on his legacy will continue to resonate with the people of Calaveras County, the sheriff's office, and everyone who had the pleasure of working with him. Ed Ballard has enriched our county with his service and is worthy of the community's respect and recognition. Captain Ballard, do you have anything to say? Do you want to add to that?
Most people know me. If I start talking, it'll be longer than half. No, I just, there's a lot that I can say. One of the main things that, I did my service time. I worked at San Joaquin County, and then I always wanted to come back and work for this county because I grew up in this county. And I achieved, when I was a young man, I wasn't a good guy and I went to jail. And so I went to the Scared Straight program, and during that thing, I set a series of goals for myself. The number one was to be the first Ballard to graduate from high school. I did that, go in the military, get out of the military, and become a law enforcement officer to do that. So in all that time, and what I got back then and what I went through as I was growing up and what I learned, I'm leaving with the same values that I started in that I came in law enforcement. Law enforcement didn't change me. It didn't, I still respect people. I still enjoy people. I still believe that there's no such thing as a bad person, just people that do bad things at times. And, I cherished working here with this county. I met a lot of good people. I went through a lot of bad things with a lot of bad people. But the county in a whole has been good to me. It's been fair to me. When I made up my mind to retire, I sat there and I thought about it. And some of the last administrations that I went through weren't that awful good. But at the point that I decided that I was going to retire, I saw that the new administration, especially,
What's her name?
I'll get to Rochelle in a minute. But with Chris Villegas, in all my time at the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, his promotion is the only one that I've thought, was the most awesomest thing in the world, going from an explorer all the way up to, his current position now, and he makes me proud. And then, with Rochelle, the whole entire time, and I don't wanna, I'm not trying to badmouth any of the past administrations, but, I worked for sheriffs that wanted the title and never wanted the job. I think, I do believe that at this time, and one of the reasons I feel good about leaving is that we finally got a sheriff that wants the job, not the title. And I think that's important to the citizens of the county. And I think I can leave, and like I tell everybody that, everybody leaves a legacy. And, your legacy is gonna be the first word out of somebody's mouth when your name's mentioned. And, I think I can leave now, with all the stuff that I went through with just being, remember Captain Ballard? Yeah, he's the guy that wore Hawaiian shirts, or he's a guy that talked too much. I believe I'm leaving now at a point where nobody can call me a bad name. I think that's a great legacy. And Mr. Toffanelli, we built a wonderful jail up there, new jail, new sheriff's office. And in law enforcement, there's not a lot of things that you can touch, feel, or smell when you leave. You don't know the impacts that you did, just on patrolling or trying to get somebody off of drugs or any of that other stuff. But with the project that we worked on there, in 30 years, if I'm still alive, I can go up there and put my hand on it and say I was a part of this. So that's about all I got to say.
Well, thank you, Captain. We'll let the public say, when Sheriff, you want to come up and?
Thank you again to the board for recognizing Ed. You'll see when we go back up there, but we have pictures of him hanging all over our common area from when he went down to the Rodney King LA riots, when Calaveras County went down there for mutual aid, all the way to last Thursday when our entire administration escorted him home and he did his final sign off. So for those that knew or maybe didn't know, during the time that we got Measure J passed, Ed had a get her done hat, and that he did. So it's thanks to Ed that we have such the nice facility. And although he cares the most about the legacy of the impact that he has on the community and that he has on all of us, daily listening to his leadership lessons, we will miss. And we've taken that all with us. And we all grew up, under Ed's command. So he's one for why my entire command staff is here in their Class A. And although we didn't wear our Hawaiian shirts that he wants us to, because he doesn't demand our respect, he commands it from everything he's done for all the years. So
Thank you. I get to say the card, right, Carl?
Especially for you.
All right.
There was only one, as
That's
Dollar General, it was either
Brandon
that or.
first.
This man has served under 7 sheriffs. He has an exemplary career with Calaveras County. He lives by the words of Mark Twain, which is, you never do bad if you only do good. And that is the man that I know for, I think, all these 34 years. I can remember, Ed, you will not remember this. He pulls up one day out in Railroad Flat, and he tells me this, we're looking for this guy, and he's interested in this lady.
Not in that way.
Not.
It was a criminal way, right?
It was a criminal. And I took care of it after I found out about this. I took care of the situation. I've never had a disagreement with Mr. Ballard, Captain Ballard. I've never had a bad word to say about him. We've always been good. I've been able to help him little ways here and there, and he's been able to help me. It's a true friend and a true professional as well. So this is from the people of West Point.
Awesome.
We appreciate you and we wish you the best, and well, we'll be.
Oh, yeah.
There's still
Thank
about Yeah, August 13th, 2008, at 11, I think it was 36 in front of the post office in West Point. He said, if you ever build a barn on that property, count me in to come and help you. So now that we have time, maybe we can.
Absolutely.
That's a joke.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna hold.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks. People rank on me. He told me I'm next. Good morning. I've known Ed since the early nineties when I was an explorer. And I used to, as about 13, 14 years old, I would come and do ride-alongs with him. And he's definitely one of the reasons that I started my career here. So I blame him, not solely, but I blame him for things. He's always a fun, friendly face, and he's fun to talk to. We have a lot of good conversations about everything. Work stuff, family stuff, just anything, it always brings a smile to my face. So I want to thank him for his service to Calaveras County, to the department, the employees, and mentoring me through the years and holding me accountable through the years. So thank you. Congratulations. Appreciate it. You bet.
Any other public comments?
Eddie. So I think I am,
Eddie or Edgar? So
it was always Eddie.
yes,
So I think I'm one of the last POs that you,
think so.
I am. Cause Ben retired, Ryan retired, Gene passed, and you have me left.
Yep.
And, you know, Eddie, at that time, when he was in, was ACPET at the time or CNU?
See.
CNU. He, we were really starting to go out into the field, and Eddie kind of took probation under his wing and taught us how to do mini searches. And I think he was the first person to ever bring me into a meth lab. So that was nice and special. Take us out to marijuana grows. You know, he had us all over the place. We do our set nights with probation and always had a good time. I'll miss you, Eddie.
Well, I appreciate you. I do, and I'll miss everybody there.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you. All right.
Any other public comments?
One last thing to say. You know, you remember I was in the military, enjoyed the military, but stayed in there for the rest of my life. Today's August 26th. And if I could, I'd like to get everybody to stand and have a moment of silence for the 13 servicemen we lost at Abbey Gate 3 years ago on today's date.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And with that, I'm out of here.
Oh, you're not yet. Not yet. Not yet, Captain. Not yet. We're not over yet. I need to bring it back to the board. I bring it back to the board.
Oh,
Comments?
I just want to say, our sheriff here said it right. You know, you don't demand respect, you command respect, Eddie. You know, your presence in the room, we know you're there even if we don't see you. And just recalling the first time that you actually talked to me face to face when in 2018, you caught me out in the parking lot and you're, you know, everything else, you know, set me straight. So just one question. You staying in the county? Are you running or are you staying in the county?
I am going to, you know, it all happened real quick. There's a lot of reasons why I decided to retire. One was the main reason, hoping my salary helps the county and nobody gets laid off. You know, that was the number one reason why I decided to retire. The number two reason is Rochelle's got a lot of good talent to come up through the ranks, and as long as I'm there as a captain, you know, there's going to be a couple people that don't get a chance to promote until I left. So I'm sure she'll pick the right people to fill in my vacuum. Probably already been decided, but that's all right. I'm just joking. Rochelle was gracious enough to listen to me in a conversation we had about being a little bit terrified of retiring. I mean, you know, I've been doing it for a long time, and she said that it was okay for me to work extra higher for, you know, I decided to do it for about a year and ease into the retirement, and after a year, then I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. But you know, I've got 11 grandkids and they all live up in Idaho, my daughters. But you know, when I left Calaveras County at a young age, I said I was never coming back, but if I could do this, come back. So
I did the same thing.
I'll be able to leave.
So you're not moving to Tennessee?
Oh,
Well, you know, from the heart, I feel how you appreciate everyone here, and we appreciate you, Eddie, and all the time you've given us, because it's just, so I look forward to seeing you one day or another down in the area. You know,
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion, sir.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Supervisor Fallendor. All in favor?
I.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Hang on.
Supervisor Toffenelli, could I just say one thing?
Oh,
We were
absolutely.
talking earlier, Supervisor Toffenelli said, would you recognize Captain Ed if he wasn't in uniform? And I just want to say, I will definitely recognize you out of uniform.
All right, now, therefore be it proclaimed that Captain Ed Ballard is recognized and honored for his unwavering dedication during his 34 years of service at the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office for the residents of Calaveras County. This passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 26th day of August 2025. You are now officially retired. I guess I gotta slip it in somewhere.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Oh, nothing? Makes you. That is long.
Oh, man. That's a big void to fill.
It is.
There's only one Eddie Ballard.
There's only one Eddie Ballard. And he's day to day, you never know. I don't know. I live next to him. You live next to him? Oh, I've known him for years.
Great. We'll move on now to general public comment. Madam Clerk.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Thank you. Mr. Stoughton.
Yes. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Look at your smiling faces. The weather's turned. We're looking at some cooler weather now, and I see it on you that a little more relaxed. I have something for the board. Stacy, would you like to pass it to him first, if you don't? Simpson, deputy. If anybody here wants to give him, feel free to raise your hand. But anyway, continue. What you're receiving now is a photo of you see it? Does everybody have the photo? Okay. This man is does anybody know who he is, first off? Well, he's a professor of philosophy. He's one of a world-renowned university. He helps people, and he took up the fight for justice and to make sure that people were getting enough to eat, that their children were getting enough to eat, and he's not known by the gun that he carries. He's known by a phrase, and that phrase is "Nuestra arma es nuestra palabra." Our words are our arms, and that similar to what we have in the United States, and that is the pen is mightier than the sword. It follows along those lines. So when people take action against you, you're lucky they're not taking arms against you, but we're law-abiding citizens in this country. And he was a law-abiding citizen until things went too far. But I don't see that happening in the United States, especially don't see that happening in Calaveras County as your digressions are out of stupidity. They're not out of malice for the most part. You're not thinking about the mistakes you make. You're not thinking about how you hurt people. You're not thinking about how you deny people their rights. Rather, you're falling into it. With that, we'll talk a little bit later, I think.
Thank you. Dr. Smart.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors. I'm Randy Smart. I'm the CEO of the Healthcare District and the Medical Director of the Valley Springs Health and Wellness Center. I wanted to just take a moment to recognize and thank Supervisor Toffanelli for some work he did last week to really help this county. So the county has two federal designations. One is we are considered a medically underserved county. We're also considered a provider shortage county. Those are designations we'd prefer not to have, but that transcends into dental work and behavioral health work. And so the healthcare district really goes out of its way to fill those gaps, workforce development, including construction, and we're making progress. About 12 weeks ago, we started expanding our dental service because we had over 250 patients, months of backlog. And so we started an interior remodel to expand the dental clinic. And the plan was always to open on August 25th. I think that was yesterday. And we had lots of people in the place working hard, construction, everybody. Friday afternoon, we got tangled up with the building department and we were denied an occupancy permit. That was about 4 o'clock, just about the time the doors lock and the phones turn off. So it was a big deal, a lot of people involved, a lot of hope. And I called Gary and I said, I need some help. How many people do you call on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock that answer their phone? he answered the phone. I explained the situation to him. He said, let me see what I can do. He followed the process. He got other people involved. And by 8 o'clock Friday night, I had a temporary occupancy permit. Yesterday we opened on time. We treated 37 people yesterday. Today we'll treat probably another 50, and that'll go on day after day. These are people that don't have access to healthcare, and they don't have access to dental. Imagine not having any teeth and trying to get through life without your teeth. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, Gary, to thank you and appreciate everything you've done for us and for the county.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Butner.
Randy.
My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com. I've admonished this government dozens of times in the last 2.5 years concerning its lack of accountability, transparency, ethics, and integrity. To no avail, I've urged this government to address its shortcomings and its blatant corruption. Not once has this government publicly refuted any of my allegations of its blatant malfeasance, incompetence, corruption, violations of the Brown Act, or perpetual collusion with business bureaus in providing unwarranted public funding by its misallocation of limited transient occupancy taxes at the expense of public safety. Calaveras County's government is intentionally unaccountable to its citizens. I understand the consequences of how a diminished functional press creates the illusion that all is well in the government and community. One unfortunate reason this government persistently gets away with its incompetence and endemic corruption is because the Calaveras Enterprise, a substandard newspaper running scared of ceasing publication, fails miserably in performing accountability journalism as its fourth estate watchdog responsibility to be an essential check and balance to government malfeasance. When I allege with irrefutable evidence that our Calaveras County District Attorney's Office is incompetent and corrupt and is essentially providing protective cover for a malignant Board of Supervisors, CEO, and County Council, my character is denigrated while doing my duty as a citizen, holding this government accountable in the absence of the Calaveras Enterprise doing its job. When my fellow citizens summarily dismiss my allegations, it demonstrates a lack of awareness of how malicious Calaveras County government officials can be when advantageous circumstances exist. Consider these disturbing facts. In neighboring Amador County, the chief assistant DA is facing a sexual harassment lawsuit. In Mariposa County, the DA resigned over allegations of methamphetamine purchases and abuse of power, threatening his dealer with the weight of office. In Stanislaus County, the Board of Supervisors earlier this year approved a $22.5 million settlement for a retaliatory investigation conceived by the Stanislaus DA's office. In San Joaquin County, the DA accused his predecessor's administration of fraud. In Calaveras County, the DA's office allowed a pedophile priest to slip away without consequence, is failing to investigate an adjudicated pedophile employed in the Murphy's hospitality industry, and failed to investigate several members of the Board of Supervisors for their financial malfeasance. This is not guilt by association. This is guilt by demonstrated behaviors. My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Morning.
I just wanted to brief the board on August 11th, we had a fire Comanche. I don't know if anybody heard about it or saw it. I was a fire chief, I was the IC. Not many times here in Valley Springs community, person, Wallace, that I get that little knot in my stomach. This one I did, when I saw the column of smoke. It came in as ironic that it came in as an RV. Going back to the Pattison fire on September 3rd, 2004, we lost 17 homes right down the road with an RV and 2,600 acres. This one, August 11th, kind of the same issue. So I'm going to call this a compound in there. I feel I have, what's the right word? I feel bad for the neighbors there. It is an issue. What I'm asking is the fire chief, again, we were lucky. The only reason I think they stopped it, we ended up having multiple cars in there, quarter acre of grass, and I said it'd probably go 5 to 10. with a unified command and with all the agencies responded, air support from CAL FIRE, we were able to catch it. Again, if it had a wind push, I think we'd have had some significant issues and homes lost. What I need from the board is with the building department is we need to eradicate it. It isn't if, it's when it's gonna happen again. I don't want to get into details of who lives there, but it's basically a compound of a lot of code violations. I know the sheriff's department's been there multiple times. So I'm hoping, I don't know if it's on the agenda for the future, but I need your help. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, thank you and your crew for everything you do down there.
Is there any other public comment? Is there any public comment online?
No. we don't
Thank
have any
you.
public comment.
With that, we'll move on now to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk?
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request the removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Thank you. Would any members of the board like to pull any items? Seeing none. Are there any members of the public that would like to pull an item? Item 13.
I would like to pull item 16 and put it for some future date unknown at this time. There's a private utility that needs to be resolved.
Robert?
within that.
I'll bring that back in just a moment.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Item number 12.
Item number 12, yes. Thank you. Okay,
If you don't mind, we'll continue to have the meeting process.
yes.
Carl, we're gonna vote on the rest of the consent agenda first. Thank you.
So I'll look now for a motion for the rest of the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, we'll start with item number 12.
Item 12, Resolution Human Resources, adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list, adopting new positions, position adjustments, reclassifications, and a new job description effective September 6, 2025.
Good morning, Board Chair, members of the board. I had to pull this item. We had a correction to one of the job descriptions on the attachments. The Public Health Program Supervisor. Throughout this process, this is part of the HHSA reorganization. There were a lot of moving parts, a lot of back and forth conversations, and throughout all that, one of the MQs in this job description was incorrect originally. So this is the corrected version. It originally had high school and 1 year of experience to qualify for this position. This is the correct version, which requires a bachelor's and 4 years of experience.
Was that the only change?
There were a couple keywords in there that were updated, just making it more reflective of public health education.
So you made it. You have to have more qualifications.
Yes, exactly.
The only items that were added are the ones in bold.
Bold.
Yes.
Yeah, so. You still don't go on.
Are there any questions? Nope. Okay. Is
Comment.
there any public comment regarding this? Is there any comment online regarding this?
We have no online public comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We'll move on to item number 13. Madam Clerk.
Item 13, ordinance, human resources, adopt an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 2908, uncoupling salaries for members of the Board of Supervisors from the salaries of other Calaveras County elected officials and setting the salary at $41.36 for board members and $48.81 for the board chair, and authorize summary publication.
Thank you. No, hang on just a second. Carlos, who's speaking?
I
Speak
can
to
just
this.
briefly,
That'd be great.
this is just bringing the item back that obviously was introduced at the last meeting for adoption, and as discussed at the last meeting, this represents no change to board salaries. It's just changing the current formula-driven approach to the actual number that the salaries currently are.
Thank you. Is there any board comment?
So basically, we don't make the decision on our own salaries anymore. So this is uncoupling us from making the decision through making the decision on other.
This is the first step
Yeah.
in, yes, in what is going to be unfortunately an involved process, just because there's a lot of moving parts. This step, again, makes the board salaries static, sets them at what they currently are. And the intention is at some point before the beginning of next fiscal year to bring back a new policy for the board, which would implement a new formula at that time. So this is kind of a placeholder.
Right.
And to just hold the salaries static in the meantime until we get all the other pieces filled in.
Thank you. Amanda? Is there any public comment regarding this item? Mr. Stoughton?
See each other once again. It's good to see. Board of Supervisors. I don't know if the people are aware of this, but you are making an average of $30,000 more per year than neighboring counties. That's unheard of. I mean, you're close to what the problem was of Bell, California, one of the most corrupt county or cities in the state. They have since made corrections to that. Looking at your agenda item in which you say, well, we're gonna tie this to the Superior Court judges. Superior Court judges in California, if memory serves me, are about $244,000 now a year. Why you want to be connected to a Superior Court judge, I have no idea. Yeah, this is an old method for determining what the salary is. What's going to happen is that no matter what, you make the decision on how much you make. But if you send it to an independent committee or the grand jury, they'll make a recommendation. You'll eventually vote on that recommendation. You don't have to adhere to it. You can make it more or you can make it less. Sutter County had a situation in which the grand jury recommended that they get a $20,000 increase in pay from $34,000 to $54,000. Mind you, you're making $86,000 and you, Mr. Hubby, are making over $101,000 a year. The workload doesn't justify that. You have a small budget. You have a CEO that handles most of your responsibilities. You don't oversee departments individually in Calaveras County. Neighboring counties, for the most part, some of them don't, have CAOs in which the board is responsible for overseeing the various departments. I still recommend that you send this to the grand jury and that you let them take the heat, because regardless if it's going to be more or less, you're going to have people are going to say the same thing. You made that decision. You took that vote. You had employees. You had employees that work for you. That's pay is dependent on you. That you have the ability to hire and fire. That are making a decision about how much you get paid, making a recommendation. And that's just a bad idea. that is a bad idea, not to point it directly at the current staff, but in general. It's a bad idea to have a situation like that.
Thank you. Nick, did you want to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion?
I'll move this item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We'll move on now to item number 16, Madam Clerk.
Item 16, resolution, Public Works, adopt a resolution vacating a public utility easement as shown on the Murphy's Oaks subdivision map along the northeastern boundary of Lot 15.
Mr. Packinger.
Good morning. There's a private utility within that public utility easement that needs to be resolved by the property owner. That's going to take some time. So at this point, we're just pulling this item and it won't come back next week. We'll discuss when we could bring it back after the property owner has a chance to resolve that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to our regular agenda. Could I just say one thing? Shirley, I didn't see you earlier and I would have come say hello. You've been hiding there behind. So item number 23, please.
Item 23, informational item, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, receive a presentation from the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency regarding services available in Calaveras County.
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Martin, how are you? Good. My glasses to see what I'm reading here. Sure. So good morning and thank you. It's almost the 2-year anniversary of my last attempt at making this presentation, and I've updated the charts to reflect more current data. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to this board. So some of this is just going to be reminders for some folks. Some of it will be informational for those that may not know a whole lot about Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. We were formed in 1981 under a joint powers agreement between Amador and Tuolumne Board of Supervisors. Now, we, much like CMCAA or Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, operate as a tripartite board of low-income private industry and public officials. We have an 18 board member. But a message that I want to get across is that because our name is Amador Tuolumne, that's a misnomer because we provide services actually in 27 different counties. And we've been serving Calaveras County, providing energy services since 1982, since your predecessors signed a resolution giving ATCA the opportunity to perform those services in this county. We support almost exclusively low-income and vulnerable populations. I want to share that we've got a number of members here of our staff. Next to me is Alicia Hanks, who's the director of our energy department, and she'll be speaking to you at least half of this presentation. And I'll get to some other members as I get to their charts. We actually have a board member here as well that I'd like to introduce you to. Besides just energy, we've got Head Start, early Head Start classes, 11 of them across the 2 counties. And in fact, just
last week, I believe, we signed an MOU with the Head Start. I think it's Head Start organization here in Calaveras County to be able to support individuals who live in Calaveras County but work in Amador County. It could be the same for Tuolumne. So we actually have one resident here in Calaveras who's is having their child attend our ION classroom. And it goes vice versa. We would do the same. Got a housing department. Denise Cloward is our housing director, and I'll share with you some charts that she put together for me. I spoke about energy. We've got youth services, which deal with foster kids, as well as suicide prevention and many other things. We've got community services of various types, including Lifeline, which I've got a chart on. And we've got Marie Manel here, who manages our Lifeline contract. We've got a food bank and work closely with Tina Mathers, who's your director here for Resource Connection Food Bank. When we're negotiating, splitting a pallet of something that we can't afford, nor can Tina, to buy the entire pallet worth or have the room for. And then we've got administrative services with revenue annually of about, it's actually a little bit more than that this last year, but not including in-kind matches of $12, $13 million a year, and a staff of roughly 125 to 135 folks. So it's a pretty big organization across the 2 counties, but working across all 4, including Mariposa, regularly, but reaching into 27 rural counties. Since I was here 2 years ago, and there was much discussion that happened in that time period about how ADCA might be able to better support the citizens of Calaveras County, we've made some changes in response to those requests. We've increased our office hours in the county, and I'll let Alicia introduce to you one of our new employees that works directly out of Calaveras here. We've increased our participation in outreach within Calaveras County, and unfortunately, a couple of charts that I am missing is from our communications director, Christy Moore, who's here, who's done a fantastic job in putting together lots of outreach materials, including on our website, flyers that go around the county, particularly Cal EITC, which is the Earned Income Tax Credit opportunities for residents in Calaveras County. We've made some enhancements to our website. We've added a direct link now off of our homepage to Calaveras residents. So when you get to the top of adca.org and you look at the very top, it says for Calaveras residents. You can click right into there. It goes directly to the services that are available to Calaveras residents. And as a result of Lucy Hernandez's recommendation, who's the person who Stacy Johnston contracts to do the CSBG annual report and strategic plan. And she made a recommendation at one of our open forums when we were submitting our correct community action plan to add Spanish language. And if you go to our website, it's pretty cool. I didn't think of this. I wish I could have, but this was Christy's concept. At the top right, I think, of every page, you'll see a Mexican flag and an American flag. Just click on the Mexican and it'll switch everything over to Spanish. And then we've got a lot of our applications in Spanish too, at least the ones that have been provided to us by the funding agencies. So we added a Calaveras representative to our ADCA board of directors, and that's Sabrina Smith, who's here. She gives, she's not shy about providing input to our board, I can tell you that, and I appreciate that greatly, so. So we're constantly supporting various agencies in Calaveras. And one other thing that I wanted to mention, so I've been a property owner in Calaveras for 16 years, and I've been living here full-time for the last 10. So I'm a Calaveras resident as the executive director. Our director of housing
is, I shouldn't give the city, but she lives in Calaveras County as well. Our Head Start director lives in Murphy's. And I know that I'm missing a number of other, we have a number of leaders on our, actually the food bank director lives in Valley Springs. So, you know, we care about Calaveras. Many of us live here. So, you know, we want to do the best that we can for citizens of Calaveras because we are citizens of Calaveras County. So continuing on just to support many different situations, Sierra Hope, we had a situation with them just last week or the week before, working with Aisha to get a person housed that needed some help. Of course, we're working with Mark Twain, and we'll have people out here besides me getting a blood draw on the 28th or 29th or whenever it is, the health fair. Marie will be here with other members of our staff offering services to Calaveras residents, health and human services, and many more. So we've also recognized, although I think things have changed a little bit because I'm not sure what's happening with CMCAA, but there have been in the past anyways, links that have been added to the HNHS website, providing links to the services that we provide. So that's really nice because before 2 years ago, there weren't any links to the services that we provided on the Calaveras County website. So I'm really happy about that. So I'm going to hand this over to Alicia to talk about energy services in particular, and then I'll come back.
Is my microphone on?
Alicia, can you, oh, there you go. Perfect.
There you go.
It's on.
Not now.
Okay.
There
Too
you
many
go.
pushes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alicia Hanks, the Energy Director at ATCA, and I just want to kind of echo what Joe said. I'm really excited to be here, collaborate with you guys, and share some of the information on what we are doing here in Calaveras County. To start with, I want to go ahead and introduce Kenneth Herndon. He's our new part-time outreach worker who's stationed here in Calaveras County. So Ken will be at Calaveras Health and Human Services Mondays, 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and Fridays, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. That's every week he's there. He'll also be at the Murphy's Volunteer Library on Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is an attempt to really, as Calaveras is extra rural, and it's really hard for people to get from one side of the county to the other. This is an attempt to give some face-to-face for that Highway 4 corridor there. Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our regular staff is available for all Calaveras County residents at both the Jackson office and the Sonora Service Center as well. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on the last slide. Some of the places that our outreach is going in the upcoming months is the Calaveras County Employee Health Fair, the Health and Community Resource Fair. We're joining the Calaveras County Housing Resource Partnership in Valley Springs on October 1st, West Point on October 4th, San Andreas on October 8th, Angels Camp on October 11th, and Murphy's on October 16th. So we'll make a good showing around the different parts of the county. This slide here shows that what ATCA's energy services are currently active and have been active throughout the years here in Calaveras County. So we currently have the Prop 1 Water Conservation Grant, which is available for members of the Tuolumne-Stanislaus watershed. So that's parts of the Highway 4 corridor and through the Copperopolis area are eligible for this water saving work that we're doing. The LIHEAP Utility Assistance and Weatherization Program, which is the Low Income Heating Energy Assistance Program, that's available to all residents, income-based residents. And SWETs and emergency heating and cooling services. These are services that will go in place in an emergency and are available to low-income residents. So the SWETs program would be something that would go into place like a PSPS event or emergency flooding, fire, something along those lines, where we could activate that and people could receive extra services because of the emergency. The emergency heating and cooling services are for the most vulnerable populations when they have a personal emergency of having their heating, water heater, air conditioner out during, a time where they really need access to that. And then we have our DOWOP and Build Doe weatherization program. These are programs that are through the Department of Energy. And they are an intensive home air quality inspection and remediation. So this gives us a chance to go inside homes, see what the air quality is, if there's enough ventilation, if they have, CO emissions, stuff like that, so that we can go in and remediate those issues within the home. This chart here will show the services in the last couple of years that we've done within Calaveras County. Starting at the top, we have programs that we have completed, showing how much in funds were spent and how many households were served with those funds within just Calaveras County. So as you can see in LIHEAP 2023, we were able to overspend by 20% on our weatherization program here. In the LIHEAP program, we were able to spend out completely, which was a small program, but it served 22 households for utility assistance. The LIHEAP program, we were also able to overspend by 28% in weatherization services, serving 16 households for weatherization, 198 for utility assistance. DOWOP was kind of an experimental program. It was mostly learning. We were able to serve one Calaveras County home. As you can see, that was a very small grant there. And then on to LIHEAP 2024, we have large numbers like 292 people who received utility assistance in Calaveras County. 2024 LIHEAP, LIHEAP, another small contract utility assistance, only served 15 households. 2025 LIHEAP, which is currently the program that we're working out of right now. We've completed weatherization on 15 homes, which is a great mark for this time in the year for us. And we've provided utility assistance to 226 Calaveras County households. Prop 1 water, 61 households, where that program goes through December of 2026. So we're still working on that. And Build Doe is a contract we just started. We are implementing the Build Doe contract currently, and hopefully we'll have some updates on some Calaveras County homes that receive those services too. And then we will be receiving a 2025 DOWOP contract. It's just not out yet. We don't know the numbers on that. We did serve more than 1,150 Calaveras homes since 2023. This is a chart to kind of show what we had anticipated doing in Calaveras County with our LIHEAP contracts, which those are our yearly contracts that we receive. Those hold the brunt of services for all energy. And we had set a goal in 2023 to weatherize 8 homes in Calaveras County. We were able to do 25, and that's in part because there were other emergency grants and stuff that came through that were able to allow us to have more leverage with those. In 2024, we set a goal of 10 homes and we're able to complete 15. The reason why less homes were completed than the year before is just the increase in goods and services, just really limit the amount of how far we can stretch things there. In our utility assistance program, which includes energy assistance and propane assistance on both an emergency or a yearly need, we set out to do 79. We were able to do 282. So we increased our goal for 2024 to 214. We thought that was reasonable with the funds that we had. We were able to do 292. The reason that we can sometimes extend our goals is because we do leverage other programs. So we do use the same staff to do intake and outreach for both weatherization and utility assistance. We do utilize the same staff if we get other grants, so that can kind of extend what we can give back directly to the community.
So I just wanted to touch on some of the successful results, because this is what it's really all about right here, is not the numbers, but how we were able to go into someone's home and make a more positive outcome, a better living circumstance for them. So we were able during the 2024 Light Heap contract, we were able to take 103 Calaveras County households and avoid electric shutoff or support in restoring services. So these 103 households were going to lose their electrical service and have no electricity in their homes. We were able to intercept, slow down the process with PG&E, and then get funds allocated to them so that they did not lose their service. We were able to save approximately 43,266 gallons of water per month, and that's throughout the TCN watershed. A great example of what we do in weatherization is a 60-year-old woman living in Calaveras' District 1 received normal weatherization and energy saving and safety services. And what I'm considering regular services that everyone gets are they get an assessment by a certified assessor who goes into their home and looks how things could be safer, healthier, and more energy efficient for them. They receive duct leakage testing, blower door testing, and they also receive a CAS test, which is combustion appliance safety. So we test all their appliances for CO emissions. And then they also get a post-weatherization inspection. So a certified inspector will come in and make sure the work was done to standard that the state of California has set for us. So she received those services. She also received smoke and CO alarms, low flow shower heads, water heater timer, LED light bulbs and night lights, infiltration reduction, so that's minor sealing around the home, repair and service to her mini split, complete floor insulation for her home, which greatly improved her energy efficiency and comfort. A lot of people, instead of turning on the cooler because of the bill, will go just living in discomfort in their home. So this eliminated that situation for this resident. A 69-year-old woman living in Calaveras' District 2 received normal weatherization, energy saving and safety services, carbon monoxide alarms, smoke alarms, low flow shower heads, LED light bulbs, night lights, and she also received an entire heating source replacement. This ensured that she had safe, reliable, and efficient source of heat for the winter. So she got a complete heating system repaired or replaced in her home. And then also a single parent of 2 young children in Calaveras' District 3 received normal weatherization, energy saving services, and safety services, infiltration reduction, LED light bulbs, a programmable thermostat. In addition, they received 6 window replacements and 2 new exterior doors that mediated catastrophic leaks and a new range hood to reduce CO combustion. This family also received water saving services. So there are many, 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 many more stories just like these, but these are just 3 of the examples of the difference that we can make in people's homes for them.
Yeah, thank you, Alicia. And I'm just going to mirror what you just said. We could have added cases in District 4, District 5, whatever we missed here. And we have stories like that in every district. So if you are in a district that we didn't present and you want to know a story that you can share, just let us know and we'll get you a story. So that's our energy department, which represents roughly 20% of the revenue of the agency. So as large as it is and as much work as it does, it's 1/5 of what we do at ADCA. And other things that we do are housing. I introduced Denise Cloward as our director. Not only is she the director of our housing department, but she's the chair of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care, which is a 4-county continuum, which includes Mariposa and Amador. Not only is she the chair, but which she has been for as long as we've had that continuum of care going, I think at least 4 or 5 years or maybe more. But we're also the fiscal officers for it. We're also the secretary. And I think we're missing one other officer position on the continuum of care. So we support all 4 counties when it comes to housing. And what have we done for Calaveras? Well, I'm not going to read all of these. You can read through them, but it's over $2 million worth of housing funding in the last 5 years. And we've got HAP 6, NOFA, or Notice of Funding Availability, of which proposals are due the end of this week. So it continues. The support continues, and we continue to support Calaveras County in providing the necessary funding to help out those that are in need of housing. And I mentioned on this last bullet I mentioned a little bit earlier that we were working with Sierra Hope last week and Aisha to help out a situation. So not only working with Aisha at Sierra Hope, but also working with a transitional age youth organization in Tuolumne, of which it was a situation with an adult and an 18-year-old child. And the 18-year-old child will now be going into transitional age youth shelter for a little while, agreed to by all parties as helpful. But it's really it's one example, and it just happened to happen last week. And as we were putting together the last minute changes of these charts, it was what was most recent. So stories like this happen constantly, where we're helping out Calaveras residents either with providing shelter in Tuolumne County, or shelters, 2 of which we have in Amador County in Jackson. Income taxes. So we have a voluntary income tax assistance program, which is headed up by Karen Foreman, who I think is here. Karen Foreman. And she worked pretty actively with Stacy last year to try and start up a Calaveras VITA site. We had been doing some pop-up sites the year before, which were really successful in Calaveras. But because we wanted to enable CMCAA to have the program if they wanted it, so we were working with her, but due to funding issues and lack of resources, that just never happened. So we went ahead and had our first full-time, they say full-time, but our first site here in Calaveras County for VITA services that we staffed 1 day a week for 4 hours a day. And not only built relationships with H&HS and Calaveras clients, but prepared 136 returns last year, providing about $108,000 worth of federal and state income tax back to residents of Calaveras, not the least of which saved an approximate $34,000 for those 136 clients in having to process their claims. So, we see it as a big boon of revenue for Calaveras County. It's money that comes back into the county. You can imagine that they're spending it here somewhere. If they're getting it in their pocket here, they're most likely spending it here. So we'll continue that. Our VITA program, and Cal EITC, which I don't have a chart for, but Cal EITC is a program, again, that supports 27 different counties, but Calaveras is one of them. And it's basically a program which is an outreach program. And so that's where we spend the money providing information to Calaveras residents about the VITA program and other income tax credits that they may be available to. We've got our Lifeline program, and I introduced Marie Manel. She's the program manager for Lifeline. This promotes independent living for seniors If you've, seen the commercials, I'm sure we all have, help, I've fallen, I can't get up. This is the same kind of service. It has a number of different types of response. Some of these sense an actual fall without having to press a button. There's a hierarchy list of tiered responders that can respond 24/7. And we do this with Marie's one part-time service and a staff of volunteers that she has to come out and provide installation of those services at people's homes. And then we follow up, and I am privileged enough to, at Christmas time, be one of the Christmas elves to bring around a basket of Christmas gifts to each one of the Lifeline residents here in Calaveras County. Currently serving 16 clients in Calaveras, and we'd like to grow that, have intentions of doing that. And the cost of this service is roughly $10 to $65, depending on the situation and ability to pay. I think I've presented everything else somewhere in the middle of all of this. So I didn't have anything I was going to finish with here, other than to thank you for your time. We're certainly open for questions. As I said, most of us are Calaveras residents anyways. We're committed to supporting Calaveras County and the residents of Calaveras. And we'll work in whatever way we can. We'll listen to whatever recommendations are given to ATCA to see how we might be able to better support Calaveras County residents. And with that, thank you.
Is there any board comment?
Thank you for bringing this into us today. It's good to have you here. We appreciate it. Glad you were able to stay long enough this time and everything, and get us into your schedule, Joe. That said, as with our past board, and I'm finding Supervisor Andal falling into line with the rest of us much of the time. We really delve deep into the analytics and statistics and everything. So we do like to see the numbers, and I appreciate you bringing some more of them forward now. It's good to see the services rising and you setting your goals at a higher rates. We can appreciate that. I would be interested to see few years past prior, some of those numbers, goals, what service numbers and everything. I think that's to what we were looking for prior. So with that, I hope we can progress to continue to service Calaveras residents as well as the residents of and constituents of the surrounding counties that you serve at a better rate, as you've shown us you're starting to now. Thank you for that. And just to let you know, I do understand it when I read it. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Andal?
I was just quickly looked at your website. Do you have a brochure or a PDF, that type of thing that I could carry around with me that has like bulleted the different services you provide to give people?
We do have a Calaveras County rack card, so it shows all of our services for Calaveras County. Happy to make sure you guys get those.
I'd love to follow up and get some of those when I'm out and about and meet
Yes,
people, because
we'd
a
love to get you
bunch of people popped in my head as you were going over your programs.
That's great. Could I ask, I didn't write down the names of our board representative, as well as
Sabrina Smith.
Smith, thank you.
She works for Health and Human Services. Yes.
Sabrina, thank you. Any other questions? No? Is there any public comment regarding this presentation? Is there any comment online?
Yes, we have one online request. Carl, I believe that's you. If you would like to speak, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, or morning. It's still morning. I'm over here at the Amador County Government Center now, and I have some business to take care of over here, but I wanted to call in and praise ATCA, ATCAA, Amador Tuolumne. It should be Calaveras, not community. Amador Tuolumne Calaveras Action Agency would be nice. I think that would help a lot of the board members. You folks do a fantastic job, and I refer to people to you all the time. I would like to turn my community contact list over to you folks, but then it becomes public record, and I don't want people using it for political reasons. I want to just reiterate the thanks that everybody has in this community for your hard work, your diligence, your constant caring for others. With that, thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, this is an informational item. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Alicia.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll take a 5-minute break. 10-minute break. Okay, everybody, we are back. Thank you. With the rest of our schedule, we're going to do a little do-si-doing, and we're going to go to item number 24 as scheduled first, and then we're going to move to item 30, and then to item 26. Just trying to accommodate all of the people that are here for mainly those two items. So we'll press forward now with item 24. Madam Clerk?
Item 24, informational item. Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, receive a regional update presentation from the Central Sierra Economic Development District.
Thank you.
You? Mics are off.
Morning.
I don't want to take your steam from you, but being on the Central Sierra Economic Development District, Mr. Topanelli had been on it in the past and everything, and there's been quite a few changes over the years, and this is the culmination. Great steps have been taken, more things are getting done and being facilitated. So with that, thank you and good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Stopper. And I think we're on. We're on. Yes. Good morning, Chair Huberty and board and staff. Pleasure to be here this morning to give you this regional report and update on activities from the past year or so. I've been in this role for about 18 months or so and have taken it upon myself as well as staff to come and inform our regional boards of supervisors and other community-based organizations about our regional activities and involvement in Calaveras County and the other counties we serve. So quickly, the Central Sierra Economic Development District serves Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and Alpine counties. And we are here to present today, not specifically about Calaveras County, but the impacts that certainly serve Calaveras County and our region as a whole. So my name is Alex Bloom. I am the Economic Development Manager for Motherlode Job Training, as well as this organization, the Central Sierra Economic Development District. And today I'm also very proud to introduce our newest staff member for Motherlode Job Training and the Economic Development District, Sophia Kaufman. I'll let her introduce herself.
Good morning, board. Thank you for having us. I'm happy to be here. My name is Sophia Kaufman, and I'm a project coordinator and sector navigator for Motherlode Job Training. And I'm happy to assist Alex on all things Central Sierra Economic Development District and honored to serve in part in Calaveras County.
Thank you, Sophia. So yeah, I'll try to be as pithy as possible this morning in the spirit of our executive director, Dave Taney. It's something that he has preached to me. So we have quite a few slides. I'll give high-level overviews and then leave some time for questions at the end. So just what will we talk about today? The California Jobs First initiative. It's a big project that we work on here at the Economic Development District and an important workforce and economic development initiative for the state of California. We'll talk a little bit about our California Advanced Services Fund grant, which is our broadband infrastructure grant. Definitely some tentacles here in Calaveras County. We'll talk a little bit about our funding sources and how we've grown them over the past 18 months or so. We'll give a brief report on our comprehensive economic development strategy, which has been outlined for the region. That was authored last year and is a 5-year economic development strategy. I am the steward of that for the Economic Development District and work to promote economic resilience within the region. And then talk about some of those regional activities that we do to promote the organization, awareness, and our initiatives. So the California Jobs First initiative, for those who have not been part of this process or are not informed of this process, this is the state of California's largest workforce and economic development initiative. This was COVID relief funds that were reallocated into workforce and economic development. The state subsequently divided the state of California into 13 regions. And here in the Sierra region, we serve the 5 counties under the CSED banner, as well as Inyo and Mono counties. So we have been the stewards of $9 million in projects that will be implemented within this region. So very, very exciting stuff. So where are we now? We're currently in the implementation phase where we're actually implementing the projects that were awarded these dollars. CSED's role and Motherlode Job Training's role has been kind of thinking about ways that we can provide technical assistance to build capacity and expand access for these projects. A big part of that is aligning the projects with the California State Economic Blueprint. So alongside this California Jobs First initiative, the state published a California Economic Blueprint, which outlines the core industry sectors for the state. The industry sector that aligns with our region for promotion is the bioeconomy. So I've had kind of a renewed focus and push because it also aligns with our economic development strategy in supporting the bioeconomy for our region. We've also been moving these projects towards execution. So contracting has been a significant hurdle in this process. We awarded 40 projects within this region. For comparison, some other regions awarded 3 to 5. So there's a lot of logistical hurdles in navigating those challenges. Funding has also been a challenge alongside these. So because we developed an equitable model for distribution of these funds, most projects did not receive full funding. So a project would ask for $400,000 and they would end up getting $180,000 or $200,000. So finding ways that we can find sustainable funding sources for these projects so that they can really create the impact that they need. Sector navigation, this has been an important part of where Sophia has come in. She came in as a sector navigator, as she earlier stated, and has really been engaged with the sustainable agriculture sector, which we know resonates with Calaveras County. We've really worked closely with Motherlode Job Training to be that culturally competent source of information in driving those sector navigations and promoting our regional industries. So for this process, Motherlode Job Training and the Economic Development District are the stewards for the sustainable agriculture, natural and working lands, and community healthcare industry sectors, and have been very, very successful in promotion of these. We're newest in the sustainable agriculture sector, where Sophia's really had a great impact. So what does this look like in practice? How do we actually take all these words and turn it into action? So a big part of this has been working groups and focusing on collaboration within those industry sectors. We lightly use what's called the next generation sector partnership model, where we put industry at the center and put the workforce boards, community-based organizations, and governmental entities around them to really listen to what industry needs are, to think about ways that we can support those workforce pathways and develop incentives and programs to support the workforce that these industry sector needs. We talked a little bit about those regional needs, and I think promotion of our local and regional voice is so critically important. So often we don't have a voice in Sacramento as a small rural region, and I think really part of the impact of these projects will be promotion to the state level. We've in fact attracted attention from the State Workforce Development Board, who will be coming for a visit to our region September 16th and 17th to view some of the impacts of these projects. So we've really been impactful in the way that we've thought about bringing the attention of the state to our small rural region and making that rural voice elevated. One of our proudest moments over the past 6 months was executing a sector-style partnership conference in healthcare. So this had never been done for a region, where we actually convened partners from all across the 7-county region, community colleges, community-based organizations, governmental entities, and of course, industry to really drive solutions. This is not just an opportunity to network and to talk about the healthcare industry, but we really wanted to be outcome driven in the way that we thought about this process. What are the takeaways that we can really use to support these industry sectors? And we're really proud to say that we did develop some of those outcomes, including working with MACT, so MACT Health Board, which also has locations here in Calaveras County, would like to promote their MACT University, which presents soft skills and cultural competency training to their employees. They'd like to extend that to all industry partners. So thinking about Adventist and Dignity and Mark Twain, all of our healthcare industry partners. So yeah, also there were some other ones, but we're really excited because that's really part of a workforce training initiative to rise up and build those soft skills and cultural competency for our workforce. Kind of the final part of this project phase has been developing activation plans. So as part of the process, we developed a regional summary. The regional summary talked about our core industry sectors, how our workforce has challenges and opportunities in those industry sectors, and how we can work towards sustainability for the future. The activation plans then took that information and said, what strategies and tactics can we use to actually implement pathways and programs to support this regional summary? So we developed these activation plans in our 3 industry sectors and submitted them to the state. So these will actually be, they will culminate in supporting our comprehensive economic development strategy, and so should be certified as such as well. So we'll use these activation plans past the sunset of this initiative, which sunsets in September of next year. So this will be a part of the sustainability component of this initiative. I'm also excited to report that CSED was an awarded project in the Sierra Jobs First initiative. We created the Sierra Founders Academy, which is a youth entrepreneurship initiative serving youth 14 to 24 here in the Sierra region. This will touch all 7 counties, and we will be working with our partners in community development and economic development, as well as our workforce boards on both sides of the hill to implement this entrepreneurship programming. So this is working backwards from a problem statement. This is something I often do within my work. I don't try to take something from an authoritative top-down level. I'll work backwards from a problem statement. So one of the clear challenges to this region is youth outmigration. We suffer from a significant brain drain, as they call it. We lose our youth out of region all the time, and really we have a significant problem in trying to stem that tide. I believe this initiative will help to change the course of that trajectory by creating community ties, showing our youth that there is an opportunity to create businesses here within this region and really support them with business planning, financial financial literacy tools. We really look to support our region's youth in developing new businesses. This will also culminate in a Shark Tank-like style business competition where we will actually award funding to 5 small businesses within this region. So I'm very, very excited.
If I may, the eastern Sierra Nevada area includes Mono and Inyo counties in it. So these are the California Jobs First funds, which is a name change from the COVID Economic Relief Fund. So there's a high amount of dollars coming in still from those that the state hasn't completely swept yet. That we're facilitating for those 2 counties at the same time, working with them. So I just, for informational purposes for everyone else. So that's why we're serving 7 counties with these funds at the same time.
It's part of our regionality. Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair. Really thinking about creating an ecosystem around this. So again, another approach that I take to economic development is not to just implement an initiative, but to create an ecosystem around it. So in support of Sierra Founders Academy, we will also be implementing a youth chamber of commerce for the Tuolumne Chamber of Commerce and look to expand that throughout the region in subsequent months and years. So really thinking about ways we can create community ties for our youth. Another project that we're really excited to support is the Sierra Source Project. This is a regional branding and marketing initiative that will support small business and align them with larger businesses. So we think about our local craftsman and artisan being elevated to similar brands like Ironstone and Diestel Turkey and things like that, being co-marketed and co-branded at the same level. Really developing awareness for our region. If you think of like California made, happy cows come from California, similar kind of thing. So really excited to support that initiative as well. All right, so moving into our broadband infrastructure grant. This is a really important initiative for this region. I think when we think about participating in the modern economy, we need access to reliable high-speed internet, and this is something that is critical to the ongoing economic prosperity of this region. This is the first grant that I stepped into in my role and kind of dove into it on day one and have been very, very excited to kind of see where and how it's progressed over the last 1.5 years. We recently completed a speed testing initiative. So part of this grant is finding ways that we can serve our unserved and underserved communities. So communities that don't have high-speed internet access or communities that do have access, but it doesn't really allow them to participate in the modern economy. The results from this test will help us challenge internet service providers that provide speed levels to customers. So if an internet service provider is saying that they provide 100 megabytes down and 20 up, but in reality, they're only providing 50 down and 10 up based on these speed testing results, this will allow us to really provide a level of authenticity and continuousness. I guess I'm losing the wrong word here. Accountability. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Accountability for their level of service. It'll also help us to find those unserved areas and promote infrastructure development in those areas as well.
If I'm not going to interrupt too many times, but I do have to say you stepped into this after we received this grant. This grant for a lot of people that don't know what some people behind the scenes done was facilitated by Kathy Galino on a work share time with Central Sierra Economic Development District. So thank you, Kathy, for getting this grant and thank you for facilitating it.
Thank you, Kathy. Big shout out to Kathy. Kathy has been a big help in my first year and a half in this role and has been a big supporter of the Economic Development District. So absolutely thank you to Kathy. A big part of this grant as well, in thinking about ways to create these comprehensive ecosystems around our initiatives, has been our marketing and outreach efforts that have gone alongside this. So I developed an interesting way to approach this, in that grant funds are somewhat limited. And in this particular scenario, our grant funds were largely allocated to a consultant that is helping us implement this grant. So I developed a culture around volunteerism for this project, reaching out to the California State University system. So we collaborate with the Cal State University at Fullerton with their capstone marketing class, and they actually provide the marketing and outreach services for this grant. And I would love for Sophia to talk a little bit more about our relationship with them.
So it's certainly a creative way to expand our capacity and our ability to communicate with Sierra Region residents. It's been very nice working with these students as they are fresh on their skills and their training in this field. And we're assisting them in providing some real world experience and working with a client. Our marketing and outreach efforts with them have been quite successful in that we've expanded our reach from maybe several dozen to 100 to up into the thousands. So we are really focusing our efforts and outreach for this grant to not only educate the Sierra Region residents on what we're doing with this grant and why it matters and why we need their help and participation in the speed test, but also to expand awareness about Central Sierra Economic Development District, who we serve, why we're serving them, and how exactly we're doing that. So it's been greatly helpful in expanding our capacity and our ability to communicate with Sierra Region residents, and we look forward to working with the fall cohort in the next few weeks.
Yeah, so we are actually entering our 5th cohort of interaction with these students. So it's been such a successful initiative. Great feedback from the university system and the instructor, and it's just been a very positive net impact, mutual benefit kind of relationship. We submitted our annual report, so completed our first year on the project. We also have been sponsoring a subject matter expert panel where we bring all of the regional internet service providers together to work together and collaborate on solutions for the region. Something that Calaveras County may be familiar with are the federal funding account awards that are coming to this region. Calaveras has been parlayed into round 2. We'll kind of go detail on the next slide, but I'm looking forward to supporting Calaveras County's award in round 2. And then thinking about the Golden State Connect Authority. The Golden State Connect Authority is such an impactful partner in this process. We've been working with them on and off for the last year. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Golden State Connect Authority, they are the broadband infrastructure arm of the Rural County Representatives of California, the RCRC. They're super impactful in this region because they promote what's called an open access model, which provides local internet service providers the opportunity to lease capacity within their infrastructure rather than having to pay for the infrastructure up front. Internet service can often be an equation of thinking about ways that they can make their money back. And, this is private industry after all, so they think about the number of people that they can serve and their return. This model allows them to participate in a way that serves our population in a much more impactful way, lowering service prices and creating a competitive marketplace for these services. So just a quick summary of the federal funding account grant awards that are coming to this region. These are current awards that have been awarded at this time. Calaveras County is not on here because it's been parlayed into round 2, but really, really exciting. After it's all said and done, probably about $150 million will be coming to this region in broadband infrastructure. I really, really am thinking about how we can leverage this to create economic development for this region, how we can attract businesses and create economic prosperity for Calaveras County and the region. So you can see some of the awards up there on the screen, super impactful, like I was saying. And then in Amador County especially, we're looking at serving a broad swath of unserved consumers in Amador County. That's where that $57 million comes from, is really expansion into unserved areas, whereas some of the other awards will be for underserved areas. Sophia talked a little bit about our awareness. So when you look at this chart here, the lines on the left-hand side was before we entered our awareness campaign with Cal State University Fullerton. We were seeing an average of 3 to 5, maybe 10 visitors to the CSED site and the CSED campaign a day, where we ended up somewhere in the hundreds, almost thousands. Through our Facebook marketing campaign, I believe we reached somewhere in the neighborhood of 15,000 people. So really bringing awareness to CSED to this region and thinking about ways that we can create awareness, not just around this initiative, but around the organization as a whole. So I wanted to talk today a little bit about funding. So the Central Sierra Economic Development District is a fully grant-funded organization alongside Motherlode Job Training, which is also 100% grant-funded. So when we think about sustainability, we are kind of on this constant pursuit and hunt for other grant funds. So when I came into this role, I mentioned that California Advanced Services Fund was the primary grant initiative that I worked under at about $600,000. Since then, I'm happy to report we had that Sierra Jobs First Planning Grant, 350, Sierra Jobs First Convener Partner, so using that the work group and conference initiative relationship, working as a convener for the region, the Sierra Founders Academy, which I detailed earlier, talking about CSED's project. We recently secured a contract with CLEAR, which is a regional land stewardship organization, for $100,000 to develop a biomass business toolkit and to streamline CEQA for this region. So really thinking about ways we can be impactful, kind of thinking back about ecosystem, right? How do we support our strategy to align with the state's economic blueprint? The Department of Labor Healthcare, that contract was actually recently awarded at $270,000. That will help us to continue our work in the healthcare industry and to continue to support workforce pathways. We also have applications out in rural EV charging and a farmers market promotion program grant that will actually assist us in promoting sustainability within the sustainable agriculture sector as well. The one not on here is we also have an opportunity to pursue some Prop 4 funding, so additional land stewardship money through the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We have 2 applications that will be submitted in the next 6 months or so. Those will actually be $1 to $2 million each. So in the past year and a half, we've almost tripled the budget for the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and I'm hopeful to in the next year really to explode this in such a way that we grow the organization and develop more capacity. I'll just do a quick high level on our economic development strategy. I could really get into the weeds here, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention. Our goals are, and these are as outlined by our regional strategic plan and economic development strategy. So achieving a culture of lifelong learning, establishing programs and policies that support and encourage economic development, encouraging development through collaboration and communication, such as what we're doing today, and identifying and implementing land management practices and policies that align with climate resiliency. So I'll just kind of give you, these are kind of the high level of what I've achieved over the past year. This was part of my board report for the annual CSED board when we kind of do a yearly culmination of here's what was outlined as our goals. Here's the action that was taken to be associated with those goals. And you can kind of see some of the things we've done up here. With number 1, we've really been in strong promotion of CTE, really working with the industry leaders to develop those workforce pathways and reduce barriers to participation within our workforce. Goal number 2, these programs and policies. So thinking about ways that we can align with that state economic blueprint and our regional economic development strategy, finding that intersection of ways that we can establish those programs and policies that really support economic development for our region. When we're thinking about economic development, capacity and collaboration are key, and that's something I look to exemplify within my work every day. Collaboration is so important because of the capacity that we have within our organization, finding ways that we can be non-duplicative in our work and add value to other initiatives. So much of our work within this region is siloed, so I really look to break down those silos and find avenues for collaboration amongst our partners. And then finally, those land management practices that support climate resiliency. This is such an important part of what our region is. Our region is based on these natural and working lands that are so beautiful and attract the visitors, tourism, and recreation that supports our regional economy. So thinking about ways that we can develop economic policy that supports climate resilience, that removes that feedstock from the forest, that makes our forests healthier, and develops really a link between economic development and climate resiliency, because there is such an inextricable link. That pile of wood in the forest can't be removed without the person either operating the machine or picking that up out of the forest. So there's a very succinct link between economic development, workforce development, and climate resilience. Quick overview of some of the things we've been doing, working to attend community and economic development forums. I was in Southern California at the statewide Workforce Development Conference, where this region was actually highlighted and was the kind of spark to bring the Workforce Development Board to this region. My colleague James Hansen and I attended Day at the Capitol, where we educated our legislators on important workforce and economic development initiatives. We talked a little bit about career and technical education in Tuolumne County, and that's an initiative that I hope to bring to the region as well. The Community Resilience Committee is again developing that ecosystem around economic development. That is through the Tuolumne County Chamber, and we hope to bring that to other chambers within the region as well. And then here today, doing county outreach, really thinking about ways that we can educate our boards of supervisors, city councils, and staff about the work that we do and find avenues for collaboration and participation within our initiatives. So thank you very much for your time this morning. Happy to entertain any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have any questions?
Excellent job. I just want to say that with the restructuring of Central Sierra Economic Development District over the last so many years, pretty much starting when I got on the board in 2019, these are the results, and we're seeing capacity building. We're seeing funds actually going out and hitting the ground and helping people out. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment regarding this presentation? Is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
Okay, with that, Alex and Sophia, thank you so much.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to item number 30. Madam Clerk.
Item 30, action item, Public Works. 1, receive a presentation from the Department of Public Works regarding the California Department of Transportation Complete Streets Project in San Andreas. And 2, provide direction on landscaping options for the project.
Good morning, Chair Huberty, Board of Supervisors. My name is Micah Martin, your Public Works Director. With me here today, I have Jacob Lyle, who's one of our project administrators. And also in the audience, we have Casey Corey with Caltrans, who's the Office Chief Project Manager. And also Hakik Kalaro, who is the Project Manager for the San Andreas Complete Streets Project. So they'll be available to answer any questions that may come up during the presentation with regards to the project, schedule, or scope of work. And Jacob and I will take you through a presentation on some of the options for this project. Okay. So this is just kind of an overview map of the project vicinity. It's basically from Gold Oak intersection to Mountain Ranch Road is the limits of the project. On the next slide here, it kind of shows what some of the intended improvements are of the project, including landscape buffers and planting, sidewalks, driveways, and curb ramps, roadway crown correction and paving, drainage modifications, crosswalk improvements, street lighting, and roadside signs. We have here a video that we're going to play really quick. This is a rendering of what the project may look like once it's complete as a comparison from the current condition to what's proposed.
Click on this link here. You should be able to. You good on that again? No.
Browser, that place A, browse YouTube.
Yeah. It has the whole time.
So.
Big or little?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Shauna, does she need water?
No.
She's okay.
Doing so good.
That's okay.
We have renderings. We can.
All right. Well, we were gonna play a video, but that video is available on Caltrans website for anybody who wants to go and take a look at that. We did do some screen grabs of the video just in case we had technical difficulties. So this is a picture of near Churchill Road and Main Street showing the current configuration as opposed to what's proposed. You can see in the image there, the median island is being added along with some sidewalk and parkway landscaping. And there's a few more segments at either end showing the parkway landscaping, median island, and the traffic markings and sidewalk. This is the overall schedule for the project itself. Looking to advertise this project in February of next year and hopefully in construction in October of 2027. Some of the plants that are being proposed in the landscaping plan are various, trees and shrubs. Caltrans has worked hard to come up with a good variation of plants and trees that are drought tolerant, but also add to the desired features and architectural design of the project itself to help encourage the traffic calming and shade elements of the project. It'll require an irrigation system with bubblers for the trees, drip irrigation for the shrubs, and this will require water and electrical meters and an irrigation controller to control all the project landscaping. On the next slide here's some examples of some of the various trees that are being proposed. And this slide here shows some variations of the different types of plants that would be found throughout the medians and the parkways. So just to run through some of the pros and cons of adding landscape to this project, and one of the reasons why we're before the board today to seek direction is we want to make sure we're aware of what's going to be required for the landscaping. So obviously the pros for the landscaping is, the trees and vertical traffic calming element. That's an element of the project itself. The planting beds provide stormwater runoff and infiltration. The trees provide shade and reduce heat. There's economic benefits of increased foot traffic with more walkable and bikeable streets. There's a community benefits of aesthetically inviting landscaping environments. And there's encouragement of active transportation through walking and biking. Now, some of the cons with the landscaping, it obviously requires perpetual maintenance. That means ongoing trimming and upkeep of the plants and the trees, along with maintenance of the irrigation system. There's a higher construction cost with adding in the landscaping. And also there's asset management of the irrigation system and controller. So when sprinkler heads break, they have to be replaced. When valves stop working, backflows have to be tested. The controller has to be programmed on a routine basis. So there's some management that has to be done there. There's disruptive to traffic and pedestrians. And what we mean with that is people like to walk where they want to. And oftentimes they trample through the plants and they walk through them and they get broken and they have to be replaced. And same with trees and so on. So there's an element of that to always take into consideration. It would require a Caltrans encroachment permit. So in order to perform the landscape maintenance, whoever the contractor is required to operate under Caltrans encroachment permit and has to meet all the requirements of their licensing and insurance that's required for state highways. On this next slide here, we're going to talk a little bit about some alternatives we've kind of taken some consideration to. If there's a concern with going the full-blown landscape option, there are a few other options that are feasible with regards to reducing the amount of trees or reducing the plants, or even going with the hardscape option that would require no maintenance at all. So Jacob here could kind of talk us a little bit through more some of these options and some of the estimates we were able to come up with.
Yeah. As Micah mentioned, one of the drawbacks of installing the landscaping elements is the need for perpetual maintenance. Based on the plans that Caltrans has proposed, their current landscaping plan, Department of Public Works estimates that it would cost the county approximately $85,000 a year to maintain the landscaped elements. And this is a figure that we have arrived at after several rounds of refinement from our initial estimate. This includes the regular landscaping activities as well as the water, fertilizers, pest control, asset management and maintenance of the irrigation system, as Micah mentioned, and also county administration of the contract, the contractor, and any funding. So considering the impact that this might have on the county budget, Department of Public Works has worked with Caltrans to come up with other proposals for kind of scope down the landscaping plans. Caltrans has provided to us 3 additional options, which you have before you on the screen today. Option 1 would be to plant trees only. So the remainder of the planter beds would be filled with colored decorative stamped concrete. And we feel that by doing this, we can reduce the expenses down to about $50,000 a year. And by keeping the trees in the project, we keep the vertical traffic calming element they provide, as well as the shade and other benefits. The second option would be to not plant the trees, to just plant shrubs, to focus on drought-resistant shrubs, and again, to not fill all of the planting beds with shrubs. Some of them would be colored decorative stamped concrete. And we feel that with this option, we could reduce the expense further down to about $35,000 a year. The final option would be to forego the plantings altogether and to fill all of the planter boxes with that colored decorative stamped concrete. The stamped concrete is superior to pavers and to rock blankets at weed stop, and it requires virtually no maintenance, so there wouldn't really be a cost associated with that. The next slide shows the estimate to maintain, and again, these are just sort of estimates that we've come up with. What you see at the top is the full scope of the project, and also the summary totals for if we had trees only or shrubs only. Get to the next one.
So this here is kind of showing what some of these alternatives could look like. And these are renderings from the Angels Camp Complete Streets project. So they've elected to go with a similar type hybrid model of decorative concrete and landscaping. And these screenshots here kind of show what some of that decorative stamped concrete could look like, in case anyone's wondering what the alternative could potentially be. Okay, you can go back to that.
Okay, so Department of Public Works has considered the establishment of a landscape maintenance district to generate and manage some of these maintenance funds. The district would roughly be the same size and shape of the San Andreas Lighting District and would pose a parcel fee for the landscape maintenance. So currently there are 838 parcels in the San Andreas Lighting District. And based on the different scopes of the project, our estimates would be with 838 parcels, the full scope of the project would cost each parcel approximately $100 per parcel per year. If we go with trees only, it would be approximately $60 per parcel per year. And the shrubs only scope of the project would be approximately $40 per parcel.
And I just want to preface this with, we're using the existing lighting district as kind of an example, but once the assessment is done, they may come with different recommendations. They may recommend the size of the district be different, a different number of parcels, different evaluation. We're just trying to add some context to what some of these options are and what the potential costs could look like. So these numbers aren't exact, but it's trying to give some context to what some of these options could look like. So on the financing options, the reason why the financing is such a discussion is the maintenance of the landscaping is going to be the county's responsibility. So when Caltrans completes this project, installs all the landscaping, there'll be a 2-year maintenance period for establishment. Once that's done, they're going to turn it over to the county, and the county will then be responsible to perform the maintenance of that. Now, as far as the Public Works Department is concerned, we're a special fund department. We use road funds to do all of our upkeep and maintenance, and landscape maintenance is not something that is covered under road funds. So we would need a different form of funding to cover the cost of the maintenance of that landscaping. So that's what we're seeking board approval on, depending on which option is chosen, which method of funding we could use. So one of those options we've talked about is forming a landscape maintenance district. It's a Prop 218 process that would require board approval. And just the process itself would cost some money upfront from the county. We would have to come up with 150 to 200,000 to have the engineering report done and the district formed and the Prop 218 process executed and voter approval for that to implement that. Again, we talked about the maintenance costs that would be hopefully recovered through that LMD. And then also we want to mention that the San Andreas Merchants Association has expressed interest in supporting and working with the county on these type of solutions in establishing some type of landscape maintenance. So just back to the landscape maintenance district again. Like we mentioned, it requires an engineer's report. And identifying the benefits and the impacted parcels and proposing related parcel assessments. This would require an RFP for public procurement to select and hire a qualified consultant. We have to have a consultant that specializes in Prop 218 process and assessments of districts. These would collect parcel assessments to fund landscape maintenance, formed by majority vote, and requires a public hearing and ballot proceedings. Estimated cost to prepare the engineer's report, notice to the public, and hold public hearings and conduct a vote is 150 to 200,000. Estimated time to complete this process is anywhere from 18 to 20 months. So just some of the risks with pursuing a landscape maintenance district formation option. The LMD cannot be formed if the ballot measure fails. So if those who are considered to be included in the landscape maintenance district vote no on forming the district, then that ends the effort. We wouldn't be able to pursue it any further, and we'd be out the cost we spent in trying to do the assessment. If a majority protest exists, it cannot be overruled, and the county is prohibited from imposing the assessment. So at that point, the county's on the hook for the full cost of all the landscape maintenance. Estimated maintenance costs, again, would be the county's obligation. Next slide. So at this point, we're just seeking input from the board and looking for some direction on how to move forward with this. Again, the options are following Caltrans recommendation and maybe perhaps pursuing a landscape maintenance district, or select some of the reduced scope options of landscaping and still pursue a landscape maintenance district for funding of that, or provide direction to public works staff to remove all the plantings and plants and implement the low maintenance hardscape design that would not require the formation of a landscape maintenance district or any ongoing maintenance costs. Or there's other options that the board may see fit, we're open to discuss.
Any questions?
Just on the stamped concrete version, I know that, you know, there's no water and other upkeep things, but there is to keep it from fading and deteriorating over the years, there is a coating that you have to reapply every 2 to 5 years, depending on what you use and everything, and there is a cost to that, so.
And somebody spills their milkshake on it. And
That's what that
bubble gum
coating
and this,
saves
that, and the
it
other.
from,
It's not
along with fading from the sun and all the other things that come with it.
Great.
I want to hear, there's a lot of people here. I want to hear from the public first and hear what their comments are.
Super. Can we have public comment, please? Kate?
Honorable Board, David and Megan. My name is Kate Allen. I'm the president of the San Andreas Merchants Association. I'm the Calaveras County Parks and Rec Commissioner for District 2. I'm a local business and property owner and a Calaveras High School graduate. And since 2022, I've been a member of the State Route 49 San Andreas Complete Streets Project Advisory Design Aesthetic Committee for Caltrans. I have been working with Alan Lau from Caltrans on the project for 3 years. I'm proud to be accompanied today by other members of the San Andreas Merchants, the San Andreas Rotary, Friends of Turner Park, San Andreas Parks and Rec, and many citizens working for a better San Andreas. The state wants to invest in San Andreas. Finally, The state is planning to make significant upgrades and improvements to State Route 49, otherwise known as St. Charles, or the functioning Main Street of San Andreas. This has taken a lifetime, literally my lifetime, for these improvements to come. And I'm asking the Board of Supervisors today not to turn our tax dollars away from this community to be spent somewhere else, but to invest in our own community and spend it right here where the residents of San Andreas have a chance to see their tax dollars finally make a difference where we actually live. Allow us the opportunity to have an inviting Main Street district through the heart of our town, welcoming all visitors to the Calaveras County seat. A main street through San Andreas, not a freeway. I am asking our local government to think outside the box, to be creative, solution-oriented, and to build partnerships so that community and local government can work together for the long-term benefit of all residents. There is a revival happening in San Andreas right now. The town is full of hopeful energy and improvement projects, and we are planning for a brighter future. Help us keep that momentum going. This project has the potential to inspire exponential improvement and growth in San Andreas, to attract more visitors and new businesses, or it can be a disappointment, another letdown, promises and hopes dashed by bureaucracy and snuffed out by red tape of modern government. Let us use common sense when estimating the costs of watering and pruning trees and compare that to the cost of not making a meaningful and lasting improvement to our community. We have a chance to leave a legacy here, to leave this community better than we found it. Let's find a way. Let's find a way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
Good morning, Board. Matt Brock from San Andreas. I also serve on the Calaveras Unified School District Board of Trustees. I want to back up Kate on everything she said. From my perspective, I want to add in that from a school district perspective, we're in what's called declining enrollment. So like when Autumn was at CHS, there's about 1,000 to 1,200 kids, Calaveras High School, or about 650. So what I'm looking perspective of someone who wants to bring young families to our town, and we're competing with El Dorado Hills and Folsom and all those manicured, beautiful places over there. We need a place when folks drive to San Andreas to look at a home that they are impressed and not turned away. And it's our county seat, and we need to be proud of that. And you know, these type of projects, they take money. Maintenance takes money, but this is our county seat. Let's invest together to look towards the future. Let's bring San Andreas to where it needs to be. Thank you.
Jim.
Mr. Chair, fellow members of the board, my name is Jim Hildreth. It's a pleasure to be with you. I've had direct experience for approximately 12 years in the city of Sonora. Former council member, former mayor. We literally have planted hundreds and hundreds of Chinese pistache trees. The reason why we chose the Chinese pistache trees is they're Caltrans recommended. They're drought resistant. You water them. After a 2-year period, the roots go deep. And we do not have in the city of Sonora maintenance issues. We do not have drip irrigation issues. I have personally planted over 15 here in San Andreas. They're growing, they're prospering, they offer fall color. I think that that East St. Charles Street is really the front door to our community of San Andreas. It's the first impression to visitors where they drive through, and I'm going to put my glasses on, sorry. They drive through, it's the daily experience of our residents and businesses. Right now, it's simply a road, in some cases, as an expressway, as noted by many. With thoughtful landscaping, it can be a welcoming gateway that reflects what we have in San Andreas, the county seat. Landscaping will bring benefits such as economic vitality. Benefits of slowing traffic has been addressed, stopping and supporting our local shops and restaurants, which are over 12 right now in San Andreas. Community pride and identify that we say that we care and its future in the heart of the gold country. This is not just not beautification, it is an investment in the safety, business, and the well-being of the county seat. I urge you to support the Highway 49 landscaping plan and help San Andreas put its best face forward for residents and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
My name is Anna Shar. I was born and raised in San Andreas. My family has had businesses here since the mid-70s. I currently am a business owner. I run a 30-child co-op. I have 8 kids of my own. And something that really wasn't touched on is in doing some due diligence, I decided to call local counties to see what they're doing, because every county seemingly across the nation has figured out how to have plants in their downtown. Just it isn't rocket science. So I decided to call a few, including Angels Camp, all the way down to Escalon, Sutter Creek. Okay. So I'm going to read it so I don't miss out on any of my points. When considering the tax implication that the landscaping agreement might imply, I reached out to several other neighboring counties, including Angels Camp, Sutter Creek, all the way down to Escalon, and all of them came back with the same sentiment. These costs are all absorbed in the public work departments of these counties. And from the mouth of these departments, they shared it costs them penny on the dollars to keep it in-house, as they already have salaried staff. So the costs are much lower than if they contract out. So the fact that Calaveras County Public Works has inflated these numbers so gravely seems like an attempt to scare every taxpaying citizen and the board with ghastly inflated numbers, as to squander a $300,000 gift from Caltrans, which it does not, I have sat on that board with Kate for the last 5 years, does not increase installment costs to put in the landscaping. We're not paying for that. Caltrans pays for that. That is not a cost to us. They are installing it and maintaining it for 2 full years. We'll squander a $300,000 gift with 2 years of maintenance, because we'll have to figure out how to water it in 4 years. And it will make, the concrete will make our county seat look like a prison yard. One of these department heads actually said verbatim that it is insane San Andreas would even consider removing the landscaping from this project, as it is literally a non-issue and something that should already be able to be paid with public work funds. And contracting this out privately will end up being a misallocation of taxpayer funds. And it's basically just laziness, or if not complete incompetence. Every little town across potentially the US has figured out how to have beautification efforts in their communities. And the fact that our county seat is balking at a $300,000 gift from Caltrans, because at the end of the day, we don't want to be responsible for our county seat's aesthetics. We host every single member of this county in this town. We have the DMB, CHP, government building, high school, HHS, and the list goes on. It is time the host has a nice house. It is not our job as constituents to figure out where to find these funds from, or to put it on the backs of volunteer services. It is your job as a tax-paid employee. We pay your salary to figure these things out and use our tax dollars appropriately. That's what you need to do, and you need to figure out how to do it better. We need to figure it out, plant the damn trees.
Thank you, Anna. Is there any other public comment? Is there public comment online?
We have no online public comment.
I'll bring it back to the board. Were you here for public comment?
Yeah.
Come on up.
Hi. My name is Elena Wiki. We've lived here for about 15 years, and I mostly just wanted to say that we moved here from Fort Collins before that, and it was considered one of the absolute best places to live in the nation at the time. I don't think it's come down very low from that since then. It's a beautiful city. And really, all they did was exactly what is being proposed tonight. They have trees and they have the plantings, and they even have a little bit of parking in the middle, and their downtown is beautiful. There's plenty of businesses, and it's really great. And I mostly just wanted to say, I'm raising 8 kids here, and I really love San Andreas, and I would love it if it would look better. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Burr with San Andreas Rotary Club. And we just want to support the effort to include the landscaping. We're behind the Merchants Association and agree with their position. I personally have lived here since 1980, and it doesn't look very different than when I moved here. San Andreas is overall very similar, and we have a chance to beautify it and to maybe bring it into the 21st century in some aspect. If you go to Carson City, Nevada, and you drive down 395 in the old part of town, it looks like what we're talking about. And it's really nice. Got a really nice atmosphere and feel to it. So I just would hate to miss an opportunity to make San Andreas not just functional, but aesthetically pleasing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any other public comment? Yes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm not going to be as powerful as Kate. Sorry, Kate. My name is Cynthia Marshall, and I manage Gerard Insurance Services here in San Andreas. The business has been here since 1983, and Main Street hasn't changed since 1983. I'm also the treasurer of the San Andreas Merchants Association. I am also a board member of the chamber, the Calaveras Chamber. It's apparent I care about our county, but more important, I really care about San Andreas. I love this town. As a local business, I take pride in my business. I maintain the building, I maintain the flowers, I pick up the trash. I would love for the rest of San Andreas, the highway, Main Street to look the same. If we're honest, San Andreas currently looks like an afterthought. Our streets and public spaces don't reflect the heart of Calaveras County that we all know and love. The Complete Streets project is a once in a lifetime opportunity to change that. It's $300,000 for the landscaping. It's not very much money to maintain it. And I would hope that our supervisors would find a way to pay for this. For the county seat, it's gotta be pretty. It can't look like this. One thing I did want to point out that you didn't mention in your presentation is it's $300,000 for landscaping. It's also $300,000 for concrete. And yes, that was told in our presentation. This is our chance to beautify our town, improve the safety. I am parked between 2 crosswalks that are very unsafe. And improve the safety and maintain the landscaping as proposed in order to create a welcoming environment for our residents, our visitors, our businesses. Maintaining the landscaping and public spaces is more about flowers, shrubs, and trees. It's about making San Andreas a town that reflects our pride, our community spirit, and our commitment to a vibrant future. I encourage our supervisors and all the community stakeholders, including the Public Works Department, to continue prioritizing the care of our town so that San Andreas can be a place we can all be proud to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Sanchez, citizen and taxpayer of Calaveras County. I just heard about this last week, and so I thought I'd come in here and listen to the discussion, and I didn't want to come up here, but I'm up here. My grandparents moved here in 1946 and bought 200 acres for $10,000. This is an opportunity of a lifetime, like other people have said. San Andreas is a thoroughfare to get to other counties or to get to other towns. It is the county seat. Landscaping would be wonderful. Instead of making it look like a cement highway or a thoroughfare in Stockton or Oakland, we want to draw people to this community, to this county. And the way to do it is make it appealing. Look at other towns, Murphy's, Sutter Creek, Livermore. I mean, you can reach out anywhere and they can maintain the landscaping. I think it's important for you to make the decision to keep the landscaping, find a way to budget it into the budget, and put San Andreas on the map to where people want to come here. Like I said, I didn't have a speech, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia.
I'm Dave Schmeeds of the San Andreas Rotary Club, secretary. Yes, Scott and I shop at the same clothing store. Wasn't planning on speaking, but I did want to point one thing out. San Andreas Merchants Association came to us and asked us if we would partner with them handling the maintenance after Caltrans pulls out. This is not new to us. We have an agreement with the Parks and Rec. We handle Nielsen Park, Friedberger Park. We do a lot at Turner Park, Mountain Ranch Park. Some of our members are now taking over the management. So we're good at this. And we have committed to do it after Caltrans leaves. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. Okay?
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Is there any other further public comment? Is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
I'd like to jump in with a saying, and I hope I do it justice, but there is a saying that says that a society grows great when people plant trees, the shade of which they won't sit under. And I think actually I pulled out a picture of the Colombo Hotel. And I think that decisions were made a long time ago that actually affected San Andreas. And I would just like to say, I'm in for the full Monty. I think this is a huge project and I would love to see it.
Thank you, sir.
With that,
Well, I've had conversations with most of the people that spoke here, and I'm behind this 100%. I think we can find a way to pay for this. I don't agree with the estimates that are presented here at $85,000. I'm not sure where this contract administration of almost $30,000 is coming from. Perhaps Micah can explain a little bit about that. And if we go with an agreement with Rotary and the San Andreas Merchants Association, does that go away? Some of the other items, $30,000 for irrigation, it seems to be pretty expensive, especially once the trees get established. Maybe some of the shrubs, but we're looking at some drought resistant shrubs that we're looking at here that I saw in the photos. So I'm not sure where that number is coming from. I think we can redo this and relook at it to make it work. I think over the course of the next 4 years, we can find a way to make the funding work with everybody involved that's willing to do it. I just have a couple of questions. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I don't know. Apparently in June, this is really kind of irritates me. I wasn't going to say anything, but in June, an estimate was sent out to the public of $15,000 a year, and they based a lot of things based on that estimate that was sent out to them. And now in the course of the last 2 weeks, it's gone from $15,000 to $85,000. And it's just questionable on how that transpired. It just irritates me mostly that happened. And I don't know if it was somebody that gave that estimate that didn't have any idea what was going on or what, but still they did it and it was released to the public. And now we're sitting here today with this estimate, and I don't agree with this estimate of 85,000. I think it's well over what it should be, what the cost would be, especially looking at the second one on this item, just the trees alone of $50,000. I think that's well excessive because of the fact, once they get rooted, they're not going to take as much water as their roots go down as what's at $50,000. It looks like it includes the whole 30,000 for the water, when it shows above that the trees are only the maintenance of the trees is only $10,000. So I don't know where the other 40,000 is coming from. And I just wanted to bring that up because I've been irritated for the last 2 or 3 weeks about that situation. And it just irritates me that happened. I'm not in favor, again, I'm in favor for all the landscaping. I don't want to turn San Andreas into a big city concrete maze that just urbanizes it. We're not urbanized. We are a country, and we need to reflect that as we drive through San Andreas, our county seat, as many people has pointed out. I have received this item in all the years that I've been a supervisor. This item today is it's up there on one of the items that I've received more emails and phone calls from people and texts in favor of this than I have in the past. So it just shows this community is into this, and I appreciate that. It's their community, and San Andreas has been, as you drive through it now, as many people have pointed out, it's been this way for years. We have an opportunity, again, as people pointed out, a once in a lifetime opportunity here. I don't think we need to turn our back on it. So I'm in favor of it going forward. And I'm willing to hear from the other supervisors. We've already heard from one. But I would like to make the motion when we get done with all the other comments.
Any other comments?
Would you like me to address some of the questions you raised, Gary?
I would, and yes, I would, because I want some answers on where we got to these numbers.
Yeah, so first I want to preface, this Public Works Department does not perform landscape maintenance in any capacity. So with the information we have available to us, the comparisons with other agencies of neighboring communities, we've pulled together what we can with information available on these estimates. I hope it doesn't cost that much either. And I'm just trying to be transparent as much as we can with potential expense, right? Because we have to find a way to pay for this. Our department doesn't have it. And we don't have staff on our team that knows how to do landscape maintenance. We're not staffed for that level of effort. So that contract maintenance cost is where that's coming from. We would have to contract this out. And we would have to manage that contract, and we would have to manage the invoicing and the landscape maintenance district and all that. So that's where a lot of that expense comes from. I think that initial estimate was basically focused on, basic level of maintenance. And the more we've got involved in this, and the more we've realized what it's going to actually take, we felt responsible in making sure that some estimates were realistic. So that was our effort behind that. But we hope it doesn't cost that much, but having said that, we don't know how much it's going to cost until bids come back. And once this project goes out to bid for maintenance, then we'll have a better idea, and those rates can be adjusted.
I'll hold off on my comments, right? But thank you for your answer.
Yes, please come forward.
Chief.
Well,
My name's Don Young. I'm not here as the fire chief. Well, I am, kind of, sort of. I'll obligate San Andreas Fire. We will assist with any trimming that needs to be done with trees. We'll provide water to irrigate. Kate Allen already has me on speed dial to hang the banners in town. So whatever our department can do to make this project go through, we're behind 110%.
Thank you, Don.
Okay.
Holdor.
Okay. First, just to be clear, I agree with everybody. This is a once in a lifetime investment into this community, into this county. What I'm about to say, I am speaking from lessons learned, being former city council mayor and on the city council dealing with a landscape district and also planning a street project, which some of the photos were in this presentation. And I speak of this just as consideration for the future. And I think I might be touching on some of the liability aspect that might be cringing with our legal counsel, but by no means what I'm gonna say is gonna impact my vote or not supporting this. I just wanna make sure that we are publicly discussing all of the pros and cons of what the county will be taking on to fulfill this and put this investment into our community. On landscape districts, I have heartburn. I think what may not have been shared when you made those phone calls is the liability, the legal cost of the dispute with the landscape district. It cost the city millions of dollars in court. There was issues with negotiating what the expectations were from the community and what fees were actually getting collected and what the city could actually provide. It has since been settled and it's come out to a good partnership with the landscape district, but it didn't come without some dollar signs. And so going into that, if a landscape district is going to be considered, I think there really needs to be some ironed out with liability, with legal costs, and how that's going to look, not just short term. It's great you get $300,000, but there is a 10-year foresight that needs to be considered because the cost to maintain, and I actually think I'm going to disagree with Topanelli. I think these numbers are pretty low, just based on my personal experience. We ended up from, I think it was below 100 grand and we were into $230,000. And I'm sure that cost has gone up. And that's over a 30-year, 25, 30 year. So when we make these decisions, I just hope that we make them with foresight going into the decades, not just 2 to 5 years out. Because what we want in this room, there might be a turnover in the community of what the expectations are in 10 to 15 years. But if that's what the public wants, I'm going to support what the district supervisors and the public want if they do want to go down that route. The RFP process for contracting, because the city has to clean up so much, we can't focus on potholes. So there is going to be a give and take to services. So there is a balance, and RFPs do go out to maintain that. And the cost associated for staff there is cost for that, for contract management. I think this number is pretty, I think it's going to be surprising if that's the route it goes. But if you don't have a public works department that can maintain that or has a special section of it, there's going to be some help that's going to be needed to maintain some of these things. And it's not a fun process, but it's there. And I'm concerned, and I don't know what Public Works and Caltrans is expected to do, but I'm worried about the trees and the future of the roads and the cost of sidewalks. And so whatever landscaping is done, if you walk Main Street Angels, you will see the cracks. You will see what has happened over the last couple decades. And it's a liability waiting to happen. I can't tell you how many falls have happened, and having to deal with it from an attorney aspect of it. So it's not fun to settle those when things are damaged, but there is that cost. So there's a hidden cost that I think the public doesn't always see to maintain these things, to keep the investment in our community. And the other thing is just the cleanup. Every morning I laugh when I go downtown and I see Public Works having to sweep between the cars on the leaves when we could just get a sweeper. And I don't know why so there's other investment that we might have to consider, so Public Works can go fill a pothole. So it just, there are gonna be some after costs, I think, that we're not talking about, but if we work with legal and get creative, hopefully, to like button some of those things and understand what those liabilities are, I think we could have something that's really successful. And I think this is something that San Andreas is in need of, and our county needs, but I'm gonna be the one that just, there is gonna be the negatives of it, and I'm not going to be quiet about it, because I have spent years on a city council where it has taken so much staff time to mitigate, that I personally wish I had made different decisions had I known what the outcomes would have been. So, but with that, I'm full support of my board members. I know, I think you need the pros and the, yeah, I know, and that's why I said in the beginning, I just think that somebody needs to say that, and I know it's hard hearing it from staff, and as a board member, I want to make sure that that's all laid out, because I have dealt with anything like landscape district gives me heartburn. That's all I just see attorneys.
I appreciate what you're saying. I do have to say that I enjoy, for example, in Murphy's, a great community support and outpouring for keeping the community park going. And I believe in the people of San Andreas. And I think that there's got to be a way of working with all of these groups that are here today to mitigate a lot of those obstacles.
And I have no doubt, about that. I just want to make sure that we lay it out on the table as we go forward.
We're going with Supervisor Randolph first.
I appreciate sitting next to Supervisor Fallendorf as a seasoned member of government. You know, the reality is that there is a lot behind the scenes that people don't see. And I'd also like to speak to what Mr. Brock said. You know, I am a Calaveras High School graduate. I've grown up here, and San Andreas has been pretty sedentary in a lot of ways. And I think we do have to grasp this opportunity that is before us. And as far as the community spirit, it's like nothing I've ever seen. The groups that are here today, what's happening on Main Street, what's happening in our community parks, it's incredible. So I think if there ever is a time, the time is now. And yeah, we'll have a lot of work to do to figure out creatively how to sustain this. How can we collaborate? How can we support our public works department and not just dump this on you? You know, they're in the room, gave me shelter and focus. What they're able to do with our animal control and supporting and offsetting things, you know, there is mechanisms for creativity and collaboration within our community. So I have faith in all of you. Thank you for coming, and I hope to continue hearing from you as we move forward. And I do support the full landscape project.
Supervisor Stopper?
You're speaking, sir.
I did. I said what I needed to say.
Excuse me. I was blowing a bunch of dust around at work yesterday. I must have got all that pollen back up. So, it is our county seat. I don't like to say it, but you know, driving the board meetings on Tuesdays, a lot of times it's a disappointment driving through San Andreas, you know, on the main street. So, you know, as someone that's very proud of our county, I did move back even after I said I wouldn't.
Sounds like Ed Ballard.
Yeah, he said it and I felt it with my heart because when I left here, but that's beside the point. Absolutely. The beautification needs to happen. I don't think it was even on the table today, like giving this money back or anything. So I didn't even know that was an option because in my mind, it's not an option. And I do have to say one thing. This money helps us out and is kind of like a gift, but nothing's free. We did pay these taxes. It's coming back to us. So we need to enjoy it. The money we did pay once already. And I do appreciate Caltrans coming forward and doing this for us. Too bad you aren't going to be able to carry it for us into the future. That said, can Public Works be the vessel? I mean, and you worked in a city that provided so many services alongside and with Public Works before, Micah. I understand that we don't currently have a person in Public Works that's trained to do this, but I mean, this is a partial FTE. I know facilities, but I get that. So my question is, why can't Public Works do this? Do we need to have legally a landscape
Well, so there's,
irrigation district?
it's a,
So
so this is not a county facility, so it's a
It-
Caltrans facility,
Yeah.
right? So there's a distinction there. As Mr. Martin pointed out, this is not something that we can use road funds for or most of Public Works traditional funding sources. So if the county were to decide to take this on, the county take this on, it would require the general fund to pay for this. Whether you want that general fund contribution to look like, creating a whole new branch of Micah's department versus contracting it out versus something else would be up to the board, but it would be general fund funded. The alternative, so in answer to your question, no, we do not have to create a landscape maintenance district, but that is the traditional way of funding something like this. But as Mr. Martin said, it does that create, you know, that is a Prop 218 process. It's a more involved Prop 218 process than the one that we just started down for integrated waste because more steps and a little bit harder to be approved. And then as Supervisor Follendorf said, you know, just because it's even if the district is formed and there is an appropriate parcel fee established today, you know, that may or may not be something that's sufficient to support it going forward. And anytime it would be increased, would obviously require a new Prop 218 process. Also, on a yearly basis, we would be required to do a new engineer's report and have it come back to the board for renewing the fee. So,
So that answers part of another question. The contract administration would be part of that engineering report and everything, and that's where that cost is coming from.
that's part of it, the annual sort of reestablishment of the
The only thing
Yep.
additional. You would need.
So if, right, so if the board were to give direction, and I think, you know, that's what, clearly there's majority support for the plans as proposed with the landscaping. I think, you know, what staff needs direction on is what the board, how the board would like us to move forward in terms of exploring funding. If the board were to give direction to embark on creation of an LMD, that's a multi-step process. There's like 6 resos involved in a bunch of, so that's just something that we would need to
We
know.
can't just make an agreement with all the San Andreas Merchants Association.
You gotta put it in a vessel to
So if
facilitate that.
it's to give staff direction to explore something like that, that's definitely something we can look into. I want to be very clear that, you know, this is a state highway. This is, I'm going to say with
close to certainty. This is prevailing wage work. We're gonna have to follow state contracting procurement. This isn't something we can just be like, hey, let's all work on it and fix it. It sounds lovely.
Which,
It's a little more complicated than that, but that's absolutely something we can explore. Just to loop back to what, Micah said at the beginning, the county is required to enter into an agreement with Caltrans. So at the end of the day, it's the county's responsibility.
Yeah.
And if it's ever not maintained, it's going to come back on the county. Now, whether the county can then enter into agreements with other folks, sure, absolutely something we can explore.
which gets me to another point. You're absolutely right. Once one penny of tax dollars is spent on this, building it up, then future process, us contracting out, we're required to do prevailing wage, which is the addition to the cost moving forward through this district. But if we were to keep it inside house at that time, there would not be necessarily the cost on wage to the same degree.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm not the person to speak to the budget
I
for
know.
the trade-offs of the funding, but you're right that depending on the dollar amount and the nature of the work, it might be something that we can do by county forces, but there are, again, thresholds for that. If it gets above a certain amount, we actually have to contract it out and we cannot use county employees. So it's, but yes, it's a possibility.
That's more likely the way it works as through other services we're doing through the county. Okay. I can keep going on down this, but there is a difference in cost and everything. And, I think even so with us, even if we were to keep it in-house, we'd still have to do an engineering report at that time, how we would do that, whether we have an engineer that could do that, or if we have to outsource it, that could be two different things. That said, I'm willing to break it off. And I know this is a hard time to say it, but it's completely worth investing in San Andreas, the heart of our county and the hub of our county. I'm not sure. I would like to explore. So I'm for doing this. I would like to explore different avenues of how we're going to approach it for the upkeep in the years following. I know we're on a short timeline, Micah, but because you explained the process for 218, the time it takes and everything else. And we understand that, having gone through it recently through other things like integrated waste. But I would like to quickly explore alternatives to this if the board decides to move forward with something like this.
Well, and just one thing I want to add, what we're really hoping to accomplish here today is to reach an agreement on what the design is so that Caltrans can move forward with their project. And then decisions about how we manage that or pay for that can be made later. We don't have a lot of time, but we have some time. But I'm hoping today, because Caltrans is here today, I'm hoping they could leave here today knowing what the intent is with the design at least.
Okay.
So that they can move forward.
I'll leave the motion to Gary on the design. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Toppinelli?
Yeah. Yeah, I would make the motion to move forward based on the design that we had shown by Caltrans had shown that's here. Move forward on that. And that I think this should come back to us once we get some exploration on how some of the funding or some of the questions that were asked today about what we're required to do as far as prevailing wage, or if money comes in from the public, put into a special account for this, whether that, since it's not taxpayer dollars being collected by the county, state, and would that require a prevailing wage or not? I think those questions. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
They put the dollars in when they put everything in.
So unfortunately, yes, but I think there's other ways that we can do that.
Well, and Caltrans could probably speak to this better than I can. I'm kind of speaking on their behalf, but
Can you guys speak on the prevailing wage part of it? Are you? And remember, you're being recorded on camera, so.
So typically, right, we're gonna, like Sarah mentioned, right, we're gonna have an encroachment permit or a maintenance agreement with the county. Right, and so, but to maintain that facility, right, you're often gonna, need to encroach on the state right of way to do maintenance, so you'll have to get an encroachment permit for lane closures and things like that to do maintenance, right, on the state facility. And we do require that you're insured, right, and that you have a contractor's license through our encroachment permit process. The county, like a lot of counties can take this work on, right, you guys, all the necessary requirements. And I do believe, I'll verify that and I can get that back to you, Micah, but it would be subject to prevailing wage requirements. But obviously you guys could do the work through your own forces if that was an option, but for us, we're impartial to however you guys decide that you want to move forward with maintaining the landscaping. But we are, as you said, we're on a tight time frame. We can push that as far as we're willing to push that as far as we can for you all to make this decision and get the answers. It would be ideal if we could have a decision before award in February. We could go beyond that if we really had to, but we would prefer not to.
So I have another question. I'm sorry. Since this contract would provide maintenance, and this maintenance, as you said, is in Caltrans right of way. So all of that landscaping and everything is Caltrans, not the counties. So that's the question, because
Taking it on, yeah, so we will make the investment, right? We're paying for all the capital, everything up front to
Correct.
put the facility in, and then the maintenance of that will be the county's responsibility.
Any chance that we could stretch that maintenance contract?
That's a no.
Okay, well,
Can I follow up on that?
yeah, you can, because I have some liability issues on that, whether we're just maintaining it, because it says a maintenance versus some liability issues on it because it's in Caltrans. So you're saying we assume all the liability on it, even though it's in the right of way? It's your.
We'll relinquish from edge of pavement back to you guys, so I'm not sure on the specifics of this, if that's the plan moving forward, but oftentimes we'll relinquish the face of curb back to the county, and so then that right away would be the county's and
That's what the contract is for.
Well, then it shouldn't be a maintenance contract. But thank you for clarifying that.
I have a question about the water. So during construction, are the lines gonna be put in to hook up to whatever the water source is? How did that work with the construction project with Caltrans and within the sidewalks and all that kind of fun stuff? And the roads?
So if the irrigation plan is part of the design, they'll put the irrigation lines in during that phase of the construction before all the
Okay.
paving's done.
But
And they'll
where's the
have-
water coming from?
There'll be a meter that'll need to be installed and put in the county's name.
What water district?
Oh,
So everything, so with that, have you settled all that with them with the hookup and everything?
we haven't approached that yet, no. Once we have direction that we're gonna move forward to the design, we'll talk with them about
Okay,
what,
so we don't know what that cost is gonna be.
but
Well, they did an estimate on the water cost, but when it comes to the hookups and the meter getting put in,
That's why.
that's part of Caltrans' initial installment
yes.
in the bid.
So David take the front on getting the meter and service procured and installed, because they're gonna maintain for 2 years. And then once that's done, then that meter gets turned over to us and put in our name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but everything, it just. I just want to make sure that the pipes go in. I also experienced where the pipes didn't go the right way and you find out you don't have irrigation at all. So I just want
That's
to make
the-
sure everything's buttoned up. That's
Yeah.
all.
Well, and that's the benefit to them maintaining it for 2 years, is that any issues with the design will be discovered and dealt with during that first 2 year period that they are still responsible for.
Yeah, so upon completion of all the work, we have a plan establishment period, and so that's a part of this contract, so the contractor will be responsible, and we have provisions in our contract and requirements that they maintain the facility for 2 years after everything's in place, after all the landscaping's in place, and we do intend to install all of the irrigation, all of the others, everything that is included in the plans. Now we maintain for 2 years as the plants establish themselves. So, and I did confirm that is our intent to, with I could get our project manager, that is an intent that we're gonna relinquish from the face of the curb, the sidewalks and the landscaping to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate everything you said, Amanda, going forward with your experience. Hopefully you don't end up in the same situation. With that, I make the motion with the current landscaping that's in.
So it's full landscaping, coming up with the idea of how it's going to be pushed forward later, hopefully by February. Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Michael.
We'll move on now to item number 26.
Item 26, Agreement, Administrative Office. 1, accept the permitted plans for the Animal Shelter Project. 2, authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with LDA Partners, Inc.
Yeah.
Phase 3 bidding assistance.
I thought you wanted to, oh, sorry, hang on a second. I thought,
We're gonna do this.
yeah, and then we were gonna break. Yeah, that's, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Actually, Stacy, give it a second. Sorry, I should have waited anyway. There are people for the corner? Of course, what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. So we will push through on this item and then we will break for lunch for half an hour, however long this next item takes. Yeah, say it again once everybody. Thank you, Sheriff. Okay. Now, can we move on to item number 26, Madam Clerk?
Agreement, Administrative Office. 1, accept the permitted plans.
We're moving on to item number 26.
Accept the permitted plans for the Animal Shelter Project. 2, authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with LDA Partners, Inc. for Phase 3 bidding assistance and construction administrative services in an amount not to exceed $187,000 with a term ending June 30th, 2028. And 3, authorize the purchasing agent to sign amendments to the agreement, if any, so long as they do not affect the not to exceed amount.
Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Jamie Andriola, Deputy CEO. Today, I'm here to present the next steps in the Animal Shelter Project. As you know, the county's been working with LDA Partners since 2023, moving through the conceptual design development, and now the construction documents. In June, staff returned with an update and received direction from the board to bring back the permitted plans and a contract for Phase 3. I'm pleased to report that we now have fully permitted plans for the complete shelter build-out, including the doghouse, cat house, and administration buildings. To carry the project into bidding and through construction, staff has negotiated a Phase 3 contract with LDA Partners in the amount not to exceed $187,000. This agreement covers 2 main phases: the bidding assistance, where LDA will attend the pre-bidding meeting, review and respond to bidder questions, prepare addenda if needed, and review the submitted bids for completeness. Construction administration is the next phase. Once the construction begins, LDA will attend biweekly construction meetings and make site visits. They'll review requests for information and issue instructions as needed, review submittals and shop drawings, provide comments on change order requests, prepare punch lists and review commissioning reports, and support the county through the project closeout, including issuing a final completion letter. The scope provides up to 400 hours of construction administration services, ensuring consistency and continuality throughout the building. The term of this contract does run through June 2028, ensuring that LDA remains engaged for the full construction period. The Debt Advisory Committee met last week, and they'll be bringing their financing recommendations to the board at a future meeting. We're recommending to you today to accept the permitted plans for the Animal Shelter Project, to authorize the chair to execute the agreement with LDA Partners for the Phase 3 services, and to authorize the purchasing agent to sign any amendments if needed so long that it doesn't change the overall contract.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I'll come to mine after public comment, sir.
Should I go to public comment?
If you want.
Okay,
I was gonna wait.
I have questions. Is anybody here from LDA?
No, I didn't
I
ask
didn't-
Eric to be here.
Okay. Is there any public comment regarding this item?
All of this time, these years and years?
Hi. Hi, Ann.
So, okay, guess what I'm gonna say? Of course, we're delighted at Gimme Shelter for us, to be in this position and to have gotten this far. It was also a bit of a very pleasant surprise to see that you're looking at doing the entire build out and not fussing around with phase 1, phase 2. Which we very much appreciate and support, of course. So anything that moves us in the direction of getting this project finished is, of course, something we totally support. And that's, and of course, we're all curious about how you're going to be funding this and how because that'll be an interesting report to listen to. So, and yeah, just the fact that we're moving forward is, I said that is great. And I think that's all I'll say for right now, but yes, please, let's continue moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie? Debbie, you gonna say something? Yes.
We'd like to thank Jamie and her crew and Teresa and all of you. But we really need this project. We've been begging for it for 24 years, so we've waited and we've been patient and we're trying really hard. And with Gimme Shelter, we've already raised a lot of money and there's a chance of us raising a lot more, not Focus, but Gimme Shelter. So we'd really like you guys to vote to go forward today so we can get this done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Here.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Toppinelli.
Is there any trees and shrubs or is it all concrete? Yeah, that's true. I do have some questions and I just gotta tell you, I don't feel really very well with this ADA. They've taken forever to get to this point. Even when they were directed by the board, they still drug their feet. It's like the contract wasn't enough. They got other big things to do and they worked on it whenever they could. So I'm just not a big fan of LDA. And I'm not going for the administration part of this contract. Administrators, I'm looking at what they provided here. It was in our package. And under construction administration, number 1 on what they will do, attend biweekly construction meetings and observe construction. Under services not included. Item number 1, construction meetings and meeting notes. What? Number 2, consultants to visit construction site, observe and provide written site visits and notes. Again, going back to 1, meeting notes. They aren't going to provide. Number 2, on services not included. This is again, construction administration. What it's under, construction administration and closeout services. Item number 2 on services not included. Construction contract administration. How is that? How are those items above? They're going to do it, and down below not gonna do it. And then item under construction administration services, it's only 400 hours. They're gonna start billing us for more if they go over 400 hours. And who knows when they come out here and do it, if they're not gonna bring 3 people with them, 4 people with them, 2 of them are trainees, but they're gonna bill the hours. I'm just LDA, I'm not sure is the right company to do this. So.
I think some of the frustration and where they wanted to clear the scope up, or not frustration, confusion, is there's a difference between what the architect does when it comes to the construction build out and then what you would have a project manager do. So for example, with behavioral health, we have 19.6 who's the architect for the building, but then we have Banner who's the actual construction management. And so there's 2 different roles there. And so LDA would stay more in the line of asking and addressing questions with the actual architectural drawings and changes that need to be done on site if anything needs to be addressed, but the management would be responsible for doing the meeting notes and the follow-up and all of that stuff. So the management would spend way more hours, boots on the ground with the project building during construction than the architect would.
I don't think that's clarified here. I think it needs to be clarified. The other issue I have here, looking at it, they have a list of exclusions. And that list is 50 items long. And in their list, item number 21, acoustical analysis. Didn't they design the building? Didn't they design it with acoustics for the dogs barking, the cats meowing, or whatever? But now they're excluding it. I don't think this was gone through. It also excludes dust control. They put the plan together. Again, I'm not sure why they're excluding these things when it's their drawings. They spent all this 2 years trying to do this thing, and they're excluding these things. They're excluding record, survey, and parcel map or subdivision final map. So they're excluding that, which means if their design is outside the parcel map or whatever, goes past that, they don't have anything to do with it because their design was outside those boundaries. I just, those are some of the issues that I have when I read through this on their exclusions on both above the administration and construction administration. So I'm not trying to say I'm against this because I'm the one that really pushed this along all the way around. I just have just those issues that I don't know how they got in here. And if there's something that we can maybe talk to them about and taking them out.
So if there's certain things that you feel should be included that you would like me to go back and negotiate with them, I can definitely do that. I will say that I did have Kevin Noble is our facilities manager, look over the proposal, and he has a lot of experience with management of construction projects, and he felt that everything that was in the proposal was within the scope of what they would provide. But again, I would be more than happy to go back and negotiate if there's something that you think should be included that was excluded.
Well, they've already signed this contract. So in order for that to go back, we're accepting this contract today. In order to go back and renegotiate, when it would have to come back to us.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Yeah, you would not approve today's contract.
Well, if the rest of the board's good on those items, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to point it out because I thought they were something that I didn't agree with, but that's fine. Whether the board.
Go ahead.
Reading the contract, I agree with you. And I really think there is conflict in there on services provided. I think it's very clear that it is. Regardless, because they say that, it's the same company, whether it's the architect or the construction or the project manager. It's within the same company. So
No, we would do it out. We would have a separate project manager like we do with.
well, then why are they saying they're providing these services and then they're not providing the services at the same time? That there's a problem with that, it needs to be clarified in here. And it's leaving it too open, subject to interpretation. I'm all for moving forward with this because we've been waiting far too long, but I'm not comfortable with the contract. And also I want to hear, because, you know, with my experience, what's the total cost so far with them and them adding this 187 to the next phase right now? How much money have we spent total?
I didn't bring that with
So I wanna
me.
know what
Round
10% of the whole
number, we're
project is.
probably sitting at about 1.4 round number with this contract.
That's
Estimate, because I'm thinking our current contract's right around 700.
Yeah.
I believe the first one was around 5, and then this one's for 187.
right. I got you. So we're right around $1.4 million.
That would be my
And,
estimate of having
and
it.
so I called it from the first meeting, 10% of what the total cost was gonna be. They already knew. I want to move forward with this. I'm uncomfortable with the contract. That's just what.
Quick question, if we were to break for lunch, do you think you get LDA on the line so they could explain some of this?
I could try.
We can try.
I think that's probably the best way to do it, and then we can just get it done.
Definitely.
Okay, and again, I just want to say, I actually read that differently, and again, I go on a lot of this when they say acoustical analysis and advising services, just because it's already built into the design, and after actually being at Elk Grove and seeing what they've done, I kind of get it. I read that completely differently, so I take your point, and I think if they could answer those questions, that would be great. So if it's all right, we'll break at almost 1 o'clock, and we'll be back at 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We are back now. Thank you for your patience. Jamie, would you like to take the podium? Thank you. So we have LDA online.
Yes, Eric should be on the line.
Yes.
And before I pass the mic off to him for you guys to ask your questions, I did want to clarify.
Oh God, is that what it sounds like?
That's 1 second. That's why I never watched.
Oh, no, don't.
Okay, we're good. Okay. I did go back and clarify the contracted amount, so we have the correct amount for LDA. The first phase contract was $214,000. The second phase is $775,000. Then the next one that we're at is 187,000. So that would make the total with this contract 1.176. So not the 1.4 like I had said, but now if Eric's available, we can ask.
Eric, are you there?
I am. How are you? Good morning.
Good, thanks.
Good afternoon.
Is there a way we could turn up the volume?
Is this any better?
That's better.
Okay. Go a little bit closer to my mic.
Great. So Eric, we had a couple of questions. Should I hand it over to Supervisor Toffanelli?
Hi, Eric. I was looking at the contract and I was looking under Exhibit A, scope of work. And I was looking under Phase 3B, construction administration.
Okay.
Item number 1. On what's included, it says attend bi-weekly construction meetings and observe construction. But yet you go down to services not included, right under item number 12, it says services not included, construction meetings and meeting notes. They're provided by others. So what either are you going to attend construction meetings?
Yes, that's apologize. We will be attending meetings. The notes are typically prepared by the construction management team.
So what we could do, to clarify, is we could put under services not included for 1, we could say, schedule construction meeting, take meeting notes, because that will be someone else's responsibility to make it clear that they'll be attending, but not running or responsible for notes.
Is that going to make it come back? Or if we get Eric to agree on?
I'm fine with
because
that.
they've already signed the contract.
That's fine. So what we can do, it sounds like it's not an issue, and what you can do is, you can just direct staff to make that change and then execute the contract.
I just want clarification on that because and then the other item, it says under Phase 3B, it says construction administration, which is what this is under. But yet item number 2 under services not included, it says construction contract administration. So, can you clarify that?
Sure. That pertains to the actual construction contract between the county and the selected general contractor.
I just wanted clarification on it. And then item number 11, construction and administration services include up to 400 hours. What does that 400 hours include?
A little bit of everything. So meetings, construction observation, submittal review, RFI review, change order review, reviewing of pay apps. There's a whole litany of services that would include under. The reason why we put an allowance or an estimated number of hours is if there becomes an issue with the contractor in the county for whatever reason, and we get kind of pulled in to actually kind of mediate that, whatever, and that could go on. I'm playing devil's advocate here. So there could be an issue that, drags on and on and on, and that's not anticipated in part of this.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not, I just want to clarify this. because I'm not sure, are we going to be getting a monthly update on how many hours you've used each month until the project is over? So we're aware of where
Yes.
we're at on the 400 hours?
Yes, we bill monthly and we allocate when we tell you how much we've expended.
Okay.
Is there another way we can put that down other than capping your hours as per it's work outside the scope of the contract if there's mitigation services needed? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
You binding yourself to an hourly rate or a total number of hours for a project. If something within the normal scope of that project has you there for more than 400 hours, which I don't really foresee with that being what, 10 weeks total, right? 40-hour weeks. I mean, you're not
Oh,
going to be 40 hours a week.
I would anticipate construction being the better part of 10 months.
Right. Well, but I'm saying you're not going to be there 40 hours a week.
No, you're correct. Yes.
Right. But with that saying, 10 months, that's like that you only have 10 weeks of the 10 months. So that's 1 week out of each month. Let's just say you have to be there for one reason or another that's within the scope of the contract that puts you over 400 hours. Was there to protect us from being charged for hours that you're.
And I don't have a problem, changing the wording on that, but to give you an example, when we're going
Outside
through
the scope of the contract, something like that, Ms. Edwards, what are you thinking?
I guess an example, like for submittal review, it would not be uncommon to burn through, 60 hours a week during submittal review, during the heaviest portion of that.
Yeah.
So it's not just showing up to meetings, is all I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, you could burn through 400 hours quick.
Yeah, I agree.
So, no, I appreciate you being flexible on that. That's actually something I'm willing to work with when it comes to contract negotiation.
So if the intention there is actually just to exclude those types of things that you were describing, Eric, if it ends up, if we end up having an issue with the contractor, we could revise that to say that that's excluded.
I don't have any concern. Yeah, I'm totally fine.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. I think I'm good with that.
Could,
There was anything else?
Supervisor, talking like that item 21, you were asking about acoustical analysis?
Yeah, I was just looking at part of the 50 exclusions. One of them was acoustical analysis. And you guys were the engineers and you guys were the architects. So how can you include that when you guys designed the building?
So we've done that already. The intent of that line number 21 is that, say there's a modification that has to happen in a field. I'm going to use an example here. Say that the contractor there's a delay because of tariffs or whatever, that they have to get a different type of truss depth or something like that. We have to modify the room accordingly to keep moving things on track. So what I'm saying here is that if we have to reanalyze something based upon that, then that would not be included.
Okay.
I don't anticipate having to do that because this has already been taken care of.
Okay, so what you're saying there is that the contractor changes anything or doesn't use what you put in your drawings, then there could be an issue, and you're not covering that. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Joey did it once. That makes sense.
We got you on tape, so
Sounds good.
We're gonna hold you to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment regarding this item? Is there any public comment online?
We have no online public comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board.
I will move this item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 25.
Item 25, action item agricultural. 1, receive a presentation by Lori Jacobs of the California Houndsman for Conservation, and 2, authorize the Calaveras Fish and Game Commission to submit a letter of support to California Houndsman for Conservation endorsing their advocacy for Assembly Bill 1038, which proposes establishing seasons for bear hazing and hunting with the use of dogs.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
This where you want me?
Yeah, if that works for you.
Works for me. Good afternoon, you guys. Thank you for having me here. So in June, I did a presentation for your Fish and Game Commission. And then I was asked to come back and speak with you on Assembly Bill 1038, which is authored by Assemblywoman Heather Hadwick out of District 1. What this bill would do would, if it passes through, would allow the use of hounds again in this state to pursue. The first part, it's a two-part bill. The first part would allow them to pursue bears, which is just kind of a hazing method. Because in 2012 was the last year that hounds could be used here in California on bears. And since then, the quota has not been met in this state, which there's a 1,700 bear minimum quota that the Fish and Game wants to be taken. It has not been met, so the population is just going crazy. There's a lot of human bear conflicts in the state. And the bears have no respect over humans anymore, or dogs. So every 2 years, a bear will have cubs. So you got to figure the babies that were born in 2012 have now had babies, their babies have had babies, so on, so on, so on. So you have all these bears out here that have never been pursued by a hound. And so they don't need to have respect for humans or dogs. So what we are wanting to do is to be able to use our hounds once again out in the forests to run these bears. And then when they start to come into rural counties and they will hear dogs barking and people talking, they'll think, hey, we probably shouldn't do this. And it's not going to work on all bears, but it's going to work on most of them, and it's going to push them back where they need to be. And so our thoughts are, if we can save the life of one bear getting killed unnecessarily, we've done our job. Because if they come in, they get in trouble, they get taken with a depredation, those bears are not used. They're just discarded like a piece of trash. When they're taken by hunters, every part of that bear, edible part or usable part of that bear, has to be taken and used. So on depredation, that doesn't happen. And if you're ethical, you don't want to see that happen. So then the second part of this bill would allow the California Fish and Game Commission to set the use of hounds back as a method of as a tool to take care of the population, because they know that they need that tool again. You took away the major tool in the toolbox. You need to put it back. You need to take care of this problem and get the population back down into check. So they just did the Fish and Wildlife just did their bear management plan. And in the last little over a decade, they have risen from 30,000 bears in this state, and they're estimating it to be 65 to 80,000 bears, give or take 15,000. So you could be looking at close to 100,000 bears in this state. We have the highest population of black bears next to Alaska. So, and at the rate they breed, they have no other predators that are taking other than man. And we're not doing a very good job of that without the hounds now. So they're just going to keep, and you're going to have more and more human conflicts. There was the first black bear known death on man was in 2023. And that was in Sierra County. A bear broke into a lady's home, killed her in her kitchen. And I mean, it's going to happen more and more. So what we are asking is that you would give your Fish and Game Commission the authority to send a support letter in support of this bill. And I am asking today that the Board of Supervisors would also do a support letter. So the rural counties are the ones that need it.
Right.
You know, we have the people, you have the people that are pushing back on us, which is the Bear League, which is out of Tahoe. And they are really pushing us. Those aren't the bears we are gonna be after. Those bears, there is no hope for those bears. They're already habituated to it, and you're not gonna help them. And that's not the bears we want to help. We don't want the rest of the state to turn into Tahoe. That's what we're trying to keep from doing. You know, so, I'm here to answer your questions, if there's questions.
Thank you, Lori. Supervisor Fallendorf?
I have a question. I'm hoping you can answer it, because I did reach out to her office. Because I was a little confused. I thought it got killed. But is it back on for reconsideration? And they thought it got killed too, so there was.
That's the thing, it was
Okay.
heard in April, heard on
Yeah.
April
Yeah.
22nd. And then in politics, this is the only place that we got 6 yes votes and 4 no votes, but yet it still died, right? It did not go through.
Yeah.
Because we needed 7 votes for it to go through. So they did give us full reconsideration. They all voted unanimously to bring it back for reconsideration. So it will come back in
Okay.
January. So we are still lobbying it. That's why I'm here with,
Yeah.
before you guys right now. We're still lobbying this bill. We're still getting as much support as we can get.
Okay.
The more support, the better. And, you know, because they're bad. I mean, every time you turn around in the news, bears are doing this, bears are tearing up this, they're breaking in the homes, they're getting in, I mean, around your area here in the parks and stuff, they're tearing into campers and, you know, I mean, so.
So it's back in play. I
Well,
didn't want
it's
I didn't want to sign.
Except for
support the
reconsideration.
Yeah.
Did go out of play. We've still been lobbying it. And it will start getting really strong here later. Because January is when it will go back for a vote
The
again.
more support you get.
So the more support we can get on board is better for us. And that's why I'm before here today. And we do have, we're gonna have a lobby day at the Capitol closer to the time where we're gonna have a hound day. We're gonna take our hounds and take them, because we hear all this stuff, our marauding dogs that run through the forests and attack everything that, you know, they come across. So we're gonna take our dogs and show them that they're not these mean, vicious animals. We're gonna show them our GPS units, and show them that it shows the landowner maps where we can keep them off of private property. Because that's another thing they say is that our dogs are always constantly going on private property and we can't keep control of them. Well, you can see right on your map. It shows highways, it shows private property lines, and we teach our dogs recall, which it has just like the Garmin, the beep beep or the.
GPS.
I don't want to say shock because some people don't like that.
Well, the colors.
But, yeah,
Colors.
the e-collar.
Yeah.
So it has the tone, and I work from my dogs as puppies with that. You teach them the tone, and so if you see them going somewhere you don't want them to go, you tone them. And they know if they don't listen to that, what's coming next. And so they usually put on their brakes and they stop and come right back. So these dogs mind better than most kids, you know, so.
They're definitely, they listen better and they're more structured than my kids, so.
Kids like that, so, you know, and then we're also not gonna take these dogs that are worth thousands and thousands of dollars and they have, you know, $600 worth of collars around their neck and turn them loose to not keep track of them and take care of them and.
Yeah. They're more than an investment.
It is.
Yeah, they
The
are.
most, I mean, some it's just a pastime. To me, it's a passion. I've been doing this my whole life and I'm getting up there in age. And so, you know, it's a passion with me and I just don't want to lose it. And the thing is that there's so many kids, I do it for the youth because I want them to be able to do what I've loved to do my whole life. And I don't want them to have to try to look over their shoulder because they think they're doing something wrong. They need to be able to choose if they want to do it or not. They don't need to be able to have people at the Capitol dictating what they can and can't do. So, and it needs to be in the hands of the Fish and Game Commission. It doesn't need to be in the hands of the politicians.
Right.
So,
Are there any other questions?
No, I just wanted to clarify that we weren't sending a letter of support for something that was
that was done. No,
not
it's
in play.
done. Not done yet. We're not done.
Yeah, no, it's reconsideration.
When I reached out to their staff, they were a little bit confused too, so, yeah, it makes sense now. Okay, thank you.
Is there any public comment regarding this?
Wait,
item?
well, Mark,
I'm sorry.
Two of us. I do have a question. You're saying it's coming back in January,
Yep.
but that what's coming back will probably have some changes in it. So we don't have what's final coming back.
It doesn't have changes in it yet. No,
It
it's.
doesn't yet, so that's my
it's the
point.
Bill.
It could be the same bill. So
If it's just coming back for reconsideration, it'll be identical to what was,
It's the same.
it'll be the original bill
It's the original bill.
without any changes.
when it starts, the process.
Yeah, when
The
it starts.
change that may be coming out of it, if we amend it, will be they're going to take the Tahoe area out of it. To make the Tahoe people happy.
But if they
Because
negotiate,
those are- They always say those are bears, leave our bears alone. We're not after your bears, those bears are not, they're beyond help. And we don't wanna come to Tahoe anyway.
Yeah,
And deal with you people, have you seen the stuff they've been doing lately with that bear that's up there?
yeah, no,
That fish in
we all seen it.
wildlife, I mean, who wants to deal with that? So, no. We're trying to keep the from being that right there, so, no.
I'll reserve,
I just wanted to make sure what was coming back
If
may not
there
have
is-
some changes in it or not.
That is,
In order for them to pass it,
No.
because when they discussed it prior and it didn't go
That's-
through.
Matt talked about is just taking Tahoe out to make them. And I think it would pass unanimously if we did do that. We're gonna try to pass it without that, but I think it'll pass unanimously. I mean,
Supervisor Hopper?
I'll reserve it for a motion after you do public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Ms. Dash?
I supported this ban in 2012 when it was first done. And I have to tell you that I still support this ban because the practice is still cruel and inhumane to the bear. And it's also really hard on the dogs. Running a bear to exhaustion. I don't consider that sportsmanlike. I eat meat and I can't say don't kill animals. But if you're going to hunt, do it in a sportsmanlike way that is respectful to the animal, and this practice is not. And I would hope that our county would support the more humane position. If bears need to be dealt with, if the problem is interface between humans and bears, then the people who are moving into the bears' territory need to be responsible for themselves and learn how to coexist with the bears. Keep your garbage in, have electric fences, have shock maps near your house if you need that. There's other things you can do. And I think you need to hear the other side of people who are very much against this practice before you would decide on supporting the bill, I would think, because there is controversy about really how many numbers of bears are out there. There's a lot of different controversy in this matter. So, I don't consider harassment like this and running bears to ground and putting the dogs through that also, even though they're trained to do it and that kind of thing. But I would hope that you do not support this measure. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Any other public comment?
I'll hear at it. I made some comments while I was listening. Hi, my name is Kelly Platter. I am a board member of California Houndsmen. And I've been hunting for about 15 years with hounds. I won't go into my story, though it's a really good one. So I'm not really here to rebuttal, but I just want to make it clear that using the use of hounds is not something that just hunters use. Other organizations use it as well. UC Santa Cruz uses hounds to do their mountain lion project. If the universities can use hounds, why can't I? Montana Fish and Wildlife also use hounds for their recent bear management study.
to show that hounds can can distinguish the difference between a black bear and a grizzly, because that was the reason why hounds were not allowed to be used in Montana, was because they didn't think that the hounds could distinguish the difference between a grizzly and a black bear. Well, they proved that wrong. So their department uses hounds for their studies. Why can't I? Michigan uses hounds for their studies. Why can't I? Other organizations use hounds. Trappers, the USDA trappers use hounds to depredate these bears with hounds. Why can't I use hounds to shoot bears with my camera and not with a gun? Why can't I use hounds to show my 3 or 6-year-old daughter what a bear looks like in the wild? To be able to distinguish from 100 yards away how big that bear is, the sex of that bear, maybe what region, depending on the color, because there are color phases, and there's regions where those color phases distinguish. So that's knowledge that she's not going to learn in the classroom. She'll learn that sitting under a tree with her dogs, with her mother, that she won't learn anywhere else. And I'm also teaching her to appreciate nature, because if she's the next generation, she's going to take my seat from where I sit. She's going to take somebody's seat from where your guys are sitting. That's your next generation. You want to have that educated. I don't want her pushed by emotion. If this is something that she doesn't want to pursue in her life, then that's her choice. But from a mother standpoint, if these organizations and other places can use hounds, why can't I? It's nothing against the people that feel that this is unethical. I wish she could come to my house and see how mistreated my dogs are. I can say probably on record that I have the only Doberman pinscher in the state or in the nation that has been to a bear tree and can tree a bear and tree a coon. Obviously very mistreated, and he's also a designated show dog. So not mistreated. Our dogs are not mistreated. This is not something that we're going in, like Laura had mentioned, we're not going around killing animals. This is not cruel. These bears are instinctual to go up to trees. That's something that ChatGPT, if you wanted to Google that right now, do bears instinctually go up trees to evade predators? Absolutely they do. We're just enforcing that just a little bit more. Sorry, I'm over time.
Thank you, Kelly.
I appreciate it.
Is there any other comments? Is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back.
Thank you for the bit about your dogs. I understand perspective and I understand different views. And with a lot of the best intentions on those views, we have an overpopulation of mountain lions in rural areas on this side of the Sierras. Not so much the coast where a lot of the Fish and Wildlife board are from, because they see that the mountain lions that breed up here can't travel down there because of the freeways now. And so typically the mountain lions, I mean, a little bit different with bears, but a lot of it's the same. So the migration patterns have been changed by man. And you know what? We do need to learn to coexist. I agree with you 100%. A lot of this stuff has been built changing these migration patterns long before we were here and we chose to live where we live. The bear population is over. I was dealing with it in the early 2000s, 2003. I lived up on Tata Lane, South Lake Tahoe. The bears knew the trash route. Like Wednesdays, they're on my street. Thursdays, they're on the streets where the trash was getting picked up then. And a lot of the tactics of civilians and how they tried dealing with the bears in those instances was way more inhumane than anybody had with their dogs. And my experience with knowing people with hounds is they're not just a tool, they are family. And those hounds are more than happy to play along. They love it. A matter of perspective when it comes to the bear, I get it. But as opposed to not having it treed and taking a far off shot and maiming a bear that goes out, that's more inhumane in my mind. So with that, I'll make a motion for the support letter. And I would like the board to consider possibly backing up with another letter in the future.
We have a second?
No, I have a couple questions on this. And I understand what she's saying, and I understand what you're saying, and you love your dogs. And so, this is saying that there will be a bear hunting season. And then there'll be another season where your dogs can chase the bears. So what happens if your beloved dog, gets killed by a bear? And now it's not bear hunting season, but you are just upset. What's going to happen to the bear? Are you going to then shoot the bear just because it killed your dog? There's a lot of things that could happen here, and I understand some of the things that are being said, but I don't see the bill. I don't know how they're going to address it, and how most hunting seasons that you talk about
So I'm,
have to do with like deer hunting season. There's a purpose for killing that deer. They take it home and eat it. Are they going to take the bear home, or just going to cut the paws off, leave the carcass there? They're not going to, what goes on with
so
that?
the pursuit season would also have to be set by the Fish and Game Commission. And it would be pursuit only. There would be no guns involved. You could not have a gun. And that would be a hazing season only. So, and to answer your question about if a dog gets killed, I mean, that would be tragic. Yes, it would. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm 58 years old. I've been doing this with my family since I was probably 5. And we have never had a dog killed.
Doesn't
So,
mean it doesn't, that it hasn't happened somewhere that you don't know about, or it hasn't, because you're talking about some big.
It does happen, but not very often does it
Okay.
happen. And we pray that it doesn't, because we love our dogs. We're not gonna just intentionally make our dogs get hurt. We don't want our dogs to intentionally get hurt. And you try to breed dogs that don't just go in there and just attack these animals and get mauled. If you have a bear that's gonna stop and fight that dog, they're gonna get back. Because you don't want that. And you don't want that, Bills. You don't want your dogs getting killed. You want your, I mean, I would.
Not like the chows, right?
So,
But
and I mean, we have taken pride in breeding for bear stock. In fact, I have a puppy that I'm hauling this weekend to Idaho. A guy is coming from British Columbia to pick this puppy up. It's 3 months old. That's going to British Columbia for his daughter. We donated it's called a Hound Puppy Giveaway, and all over the country, these little kids have, and that's why I do it, is for the youth. These kids have to send in a letter. Their parents also have to send in the letter, and they say why the judges are so picky about these kids that get these dogs. They do all this research on these homes that these dogs are going to and stuff. I'm really picky about my dogs. So I pretty much handpicked this girl. This puppy is going to sleep in bed with this girl every night. The reason I picked this girl for this puppy to go to, she just had to have her hound put down that had liver failure. They spent over $6,000 on this dog, but the vet's trying to save it. Do you think they're not going to take care of my puppy? They lynx hunt, they bear hunt. And so we're very picky about our dogs. We don't want our dogs getting killed. And we're not going to breed dogs that do that. So, and also the bears getting stressed. I could show you video after video after video of bears that our dogs have treed and falsify that. Those bears go up those trees, they go to sleep till you get those dogs and go away. Because one, It's been nature. What do they do when a coyote chases them? What do? They go up a tree, correct? What if a wolf chases them? What do? They go up a tree to escape. And they wait till the problem goes away, and then they come back down and go about their way. No different than a dog, you know, so they're not stressed. The main-
That's the hazing part of it.
That's the
But the
hazing part.
hunting part of
Okay,
it,
the
if it's
hunting-
chased up a tree by a dog, it's not coming down until it is.
But just like.
So that's why I'm saying, and then what happens to the?
Just like he said, so a bear's out there at 200 yards and a guy makes a bad shot. That bear goes off crippled and suffers and dies, or doesn't die, and it goes around with a broken leg the rest of how long? So a bear's up a tree, you know, 30 feet up a tree, 50 feet up a tree, one shot, bam, it doesn't even know what hits it.
So.
Okay. And it's state law.
Not this one, we see well.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
But it's state law that bear, every part of that bear has to be used, or you're breaking the law. That bear has to come out, every usable part of that bear, including the heart and liver, because that's edible, has to come out with that bear, and you have to use that bear.
The
Or-
gallbladder you have to turn in.
No, you're supposed to pop them in the field.
Right, but you just have to prove it.
You don't have to prove it, but you are supposed to pop it in the field, but it's wanton waste.
Yeah.
Big game, if you do not bring that meat out and you do not use that meat and you cannot prove, like if a warden, say if I say I got a bear and I tagged it, they come to my house and it was supposedly a 200-pound bear and I have 10 pounds of meat. Where's the rest of that bear at? Because you have to have a bear validated too, by a warden only. Only a warden can validate your bear because they pull a tooth to do study on it and that's one of their things that they're doing for their bear management. They do a study to see how old the bear is. And they do whether it's sow, whether, you know, boar. And that's the other thing with hounds that you can do. With in the tree, you can see if it's a boar or if it's sow. And an ethical hound, so I'm not going to say there's not houndsmen out there that are not ethical, but I will say the same thing. I took a fish and game commissioner hunting to get GPS collars legalized. Because he had been told the same story everybody else has told about us hunters, that we're not ethical and our dogs are this, dogs are that. He went hunting, Democrat from LA, never done it before. So don't judge us till you've done it. He came up for the day, flew up, went hunting with me, was out in the field with me all day long, raccoon hunting. And he's like, I don't know how anybody that loves animals and loves wildlife could not like this. He went back to their commission meeting, the Fish and Game Commission meeting, went on and on for like 20 minutes about his time in the field with me. And they voted unanimously to make GPS collars legal on our hands. And I've said the same thing about going out in the field. And actually the chair for the Water Parks and Wildlife has agreed to go hunting. So, what's that?
Thank you. So we're getting a little sideways. We're getting a little sideways from the question that was asked, but I appreciate your time and everything you said is important. Thank you.
But the
I'm
meat thing, you gotta bring that meat out, you
That's
gotta
fine.
produce that.
There's just another opposition side of this, and I'm just trying to bring that out.
You've gotta
So I
produce
do it,
that meat.
and I'm hearing from you, but there's other people out there, so.
Yeah, you
it's
gotta
my job to hear both sides.
You've gotta produce that meat to them
So.
on the hunting site. So, I mean, it's no different than a regular hunter shooting one and just taking.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Yes, I did make a motion.
Yes. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
You were saying. Yeah. It's passed.
Better maybe.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yes, the motion passes.
okay, thank you.
You all right?
Yeah.
Can we move on to item 27?
Yes. Item 27, action item, economic and community development. Approve notice of funding availability and request for project funding with approximately $751,000 of permanent local housing allocation. Grant funds available for sub-award in order to promote housing construction consistent with the PLHA program goals.
Thank you, Ms.
Good morning,
Galino.
that's a mouthful. Good morning, Chair Huberty and Honorable Board, Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development. And before you today is the permanent local housing allocation funding that we've been receiving from the state for workforce housing construction. And put together the notice of funding availability, which probably looks very similar to what we had for the REAP 2.0 project. And would like to answer any questions if there's.
Are there any questions from the board? No? Is there any public comment regarding this item?
You chased all the public off.
And we have no online public comment.
I think I did, not Martin.
No public comment on that.
That's what you should be doing, Don.
If I could just add one thing, after the notice of funding availability goes out to various developers and those might be interested. Any items or any responses we get back, we'll come back to the board for your approval. So you'll be able to see those projects in advance and we can discuss it then.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Fastest item today. Item 28.
Item 28, agreement, Public Works, authorize the board chair to execute amendment 16 to agreement 12001806 with Dewberry Engineers, increasing the maximum amount payable by $329,050 for a total amount not to exceed $3,959,653 and extending the term to December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Martin.
Good morning, Chair Huberty, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Martin, your Public Works Director. This item is to amend the project management contract consulting services for the Wagon Trail project. And we're expecting this to be the final amendment to their contract that will take us out to the close of the project and the project closeout period. So should anything delay that timeline, we may need to come back for another amendment, but at this point, I don't foresee that being an issue.
Thank you. Is there any board comment?
What amendment is this? Okay, I was just gonna say, amendment 16th for the 16th final time.
I sure hope so.
Okay, I'm a no.
Any other board comment? Is there any public comment regarding this issue?
We do not have any online public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the board.
Move.
I don't think at this point, we're this close from finishing this off. I don't think we have another choice, but just get this done, put it behind us. I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
2-4-1, motion passes. Move on.
But not 100%.
99.9.
29?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item 29, agreement, Public Works, authorize the board chair to execute amendment 4 to agreement 12002101 with Unico Engineering, Inc., increasing the maximum amount payable by $177,054.44 for a total amount not to exceed $4,307,501.62 and extending the term to June 30th, 2026.
Mr. Martin.
So this item is to amend the contract with Unico Construction Services for construction management of the Wagon Trail project. We're anticipating this to be the final amendment for their contract as well. This term is not for as long because we don't expect their involvement in the project to be nearly as involved as Blueberry's contract.
The Fourth Amendment for the final time. All right, just making sure.
Any other board comment? Any public comment regarding this item?
We have no online public comment.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
4-1, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Micah.
We can all.
Thank you. We're,
Well, we got a fine.
Item 31.
31, please. I was just gonna say, we're all in need for a corner at this point.
I'm 31.
Thank you.
Action item, administrative office, provide direction to the county administrative office regarding options for the delivery of coroner's services.
Thank you.
Need a breather.
We're almost there.
Another month.
We're almost there.
We just need a standing. Now we stand up at this point in the day.
It's good. You could stand up and shake it off.
Stretch.
While he's, yeah.
Right.
Can I say the best part of the day is the sign language interpreter with the bear going up the street? It was awesome.
No, we're just standing up and shaking it off. As soon as Grace is ready to go. Okay.
Wait a minute, where do I know?
All right. No worries. Yeah. I have no idea.
Try.
But
Yeah, I'm not too worried
the up and
about
down
this.
arrows is we good with it, so I'm okay. Okay. Let's see.
But I need to, Gary.
It's really for the public and it's showing, well, it's kind of, yeah, I think it's showing up. I don't know.
Wow.
It's showing up on there too. Who knows?
Wow. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Madam
Good.
CEO, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I know it's been an extremely long board meeting, so I will try to get through this as quickly as possible. Teresa Hitchcock, your County Executive Officer, here to discuss the provision of coroner services. As many of you may already be aware, our current elected coroner has indicated that they will not seek re-election in the next election cycle, which brings us to examining how we are providing coroner services and how we might provide coroner services in the future. So I'm going to present a few options and then ask for board direction because many of these will take some time for us to implement if we should decide to make any changes to the provision of those services. So to begin with, it's important. I skipped my intro slide. Sorry about that. It's important to understand the provision of coroner services throughout the state. There's a number of different models. Most counties, 48 out of the 58, consolidate their coroner services with their sheriff's office. There's 10 other counties. We're one of only 2 that have a separately elected coroner. And then there are other counties that have a medical examiner. And then Sacramento County has a very odd model where they combine their coroner services with the district attorney's office. The reason that it's a common model to combine services with the sheriff's office is that frequently there's an intersection between law enforcement and death investigations. All right, Stacy. It's tired too. So Government Code 27491 provides a number of instances where the coroner is legally required to investigate a wide range of deaths, from violent or unusual deaths to those involving public health hazards or criminal activity. These responsibilities are critical to public safety and justice. Teresa, I'll just go ahead and share the presentation for you. That way you can change the
Wow.
slides. Yeah, fantastic. Well, I would have just stayed over there then. Sorry. There we go.
I like it.
All right, so next slide, Stacy. So this is our existing coroner's office model. We have a separately elected coroner who works for the local mortuary, and mortuary employees fill in when necessary in order to provide services. And we also provide body storage through a mortuary contract. And then we have a separate agreement with an outside person to provide autopsy services. Medical examiner, yes. Next slide, Stacy. So for the evaluation process, we actually enlisted the sheriff's department because if we were going to pursue the model of combining the coroner's office with the sheriff's office, we needed to have an idea of whether this was even feasible and whether or not the sheriff would even entertain the idea of combining offices. This is a big lift. And so these are some of the steps that the sheriff's office went through in order to evaluate whether or not we should combine services. They talked with the existing coroner staff. They reviewed a number of data points in order to determine like how many autopsies, how many different investigations are done during the year. And they analyzed the trends in case volume and autopsy needs. Our current, there we go. Our current coroner's office operates with a budget of approximately $443,000 annually. The majority of that is allocated to contracted services. Next slide, please. So now we get to the first option. The first option maintains the coroner's office as a separately elected official. However, during the evaluation of this, there were a number of improvements that were identified as being needed to be made for services of coroner services. These include separating the office from the mortuary. That's because of conflict of interest. Hiring trained part-time investigators, because if they're no longer part of the mortuary, you couldn't expect mortuary personnel to continue to work in that capacity. And then also digitizing records and establishing formal procedures and training programs. The financial impact from these changes would be approximately $225,000. Next slide, Stacy. So then option number 2 is transitioning the coroner's responsibility to the sheriff's office. So in this model, one of the things that we looked at was as part of the transition, beginning the transition 6 months prior to the current coroner's retirement. This model would require MOUs, training, and infrastructure development. We would start with a clerical staff in order to start digitizing records prior to the transition. And then we would have a sheriff's sergeant who would actually operate the program and be involved in creating the training. So during the transition year, the cost for this would be approximately $293,000 more than our existing expenditure for coroner services. As you can see, it's slightly higher than option number 1, but this is for the transition year. Stacy, next slide. Oh. Annual ongoing? Well, there should be an ongoing one that is, yeah. So then after the transition year, we would need a full-time sheriff services tech in order to maintain records. We would have a sheriff's sergeant who would actually be operating the program. And then we do believe that it may lead to having additional autopsies performed just because there would be a lot more emphasis on death investigations, probably through the sheriff's office. Next slide. So after the 6-month evaluation, and looking at the Amador model, we may need to transition to a different model, which is the Tuolumne model. And can I have the next slide? So the Tuolumne model, which is option number 3, includes a sheriff sergeant, a sheriff services tech, and 2 corporals. We're not sure if we need this or not. We would definitely recommend starting with the Amador model and then seeing where we're at. And of course, getting the Sheriff Whiting's input on how those services are working. But this is the model that Tuolumne uses right now. And as you know, they're a pretty similar county in size and actually in the number of cases that they have. So it does increase the costs significantly. Again, we may be able to do this with a sheriff sergeant, a sheriff's services tech, and 1 corporal, but I wanted to make sure that the board had the full picture. Obviously, we wouldn't want to say that we could absolutely do it with the other staffing that has been proposed. That's going to be something that the sheriff's office is going to have to evaluate moving forward. But this does give us the most flexibility. It would give us the highest level of services for coroner services, and it would better serve the public. Next slide. There are some other potential costs. If we separate off the office, we're probably going to need to get the coroner a vehicle. And if we transition it to the sheriff's office, we would need to provide a vehicle. And then also we have identified that we believe there will be additional autopsies and other expenses. No, we would still contract. That's part of what we're proposing is not constructing a new facility for body storage or any of that. We would still contract with the mortuary. We would still have them do body transport, but you would need a vehicle for either, if we're separating it off, yes, you would need a vehicle for the coroner to actually go out to calls and that type of activity. So that's the direction we're seeking is, should we maintain our current structure with improvements? Should we update the ordinances and combine the sheriff with the coroner's office? And level of service, does the board want to start with the Amador model and see where that goes, or jump right to a higher level of service? That concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Lottery? Sure, Sheriff. I saw that. Well, I think, yeah. It's time for Supervisor Top Valley.
I like sheriff.
Actually rings true.
I didn't see anything in here as far as costs that had to do with union negotiations and adding a category. And has any of that been talked about or discussed, or because you have sheriff's management union, you have all kinds of things that could play into this with adding a new
duty or new level of service, something new for the department. That would have, anytime we're making personnel changes, we do have to consult with the union. I don't believe that that's going to be an issue for them, but the sheriff may have a better handle on that.
Oh, boy.
Sheriff Whiting.
2% or 5%?
We would have to update and change a number of job descriptions within the sheriff's office, which would require a meet confer with the unions. You are correct, Gary. That may be up. I mean, a lot of the MOUs are up in October of this year, and we're talking about, not knowing the length of them and how it goes, but regardless, it would change the job description of our deputies to become deputy coroners, because they, our deputies right now, they would be spending a lot more time on scene than they do right now for when they would normally turn it over to the coroner's office. So they'd have to put a lot more into determining the manner and cause and the circumstances surrounding deaths. So even with having a chief deputy coroner, if we had a sergeant assigned to it, it will modify some of the job duties and responsibilities of the day-to-day work of our deputies on the street. So, and although it's not worked into the financial framework of us taking on this whole new division, if that's the direction of the board, there would be dedicated members of the sheriff's administration that would end up overseeing this division. So it could add additional duties, but whether that's a meet and confer on the SMU or whether that falls under the other duties as assigned when you're a member of sheriff's management, regardless if it's a new division or not, that's a matter that HR Director Hawkins would have to discuss later. But it is like any division within the sheriff's office, when you promote to the level of lieutenant or higher, it's another duties as assigned, and you can be assigned to any division.
And then, if we were to give this to the sheriff's office, which model do you prefer? Don't say to all of me.
With the most fun.
Yes, don't say to all of me.
I will say that this topic has come up
Thank you, Holly.
multiple times. It's not the first time, we've been discussing it through multiple election cycles. So the sheriff's office has been pre-planning, waiting for board direction, I don't have an opinion strongly either way on whether we take it or not. In looking at this over the past several years, we have definitely identified areas for improvement of our county. We have already been working cooperatively with the coroner's office. We plan to, regardless of board's direction or whatever you decide to do, we will continue to work cooperatively with the coroner's office, with all of our allied agencies, our partners. We've already looked at doing industry standard analysis costs. It's going to be more expensive if we take it on. It's definitely, there's no way around that. My main concern is if it gets funded at the base level bare minimum, and then if we continue in an economic downturn and we have to take cuts when it's already funded lower than a sustainable amount, that of course is my concern for the future of giving us an entire new division and everything, and then having to take cuts to that funding immediately. So I just caution the board, but we won't know. So
No cuts.
the transition year, where if you do go with the CEO's recommendation of putting a sergeant for half a year over with the coroner's office, and we work and we'll come up with an MOU, even during throughout the end of Coroner Raggio's term, we would come up with an MOU of figuring everything out, even before there's a transition, and we'd be able to come back to the board with more time and a lot more knowledge of what to do. But as far as major changes, additional costs, Kevin's got 4 decades or however long of experience of knowing what requires an autopsy, what doesn't. So the CEO is right. Autopsy costs are going to go up because we're going to err on the side of caution and probably do more and things like that. But I would not have, if we took it on in the sheriff's office, I would not have any immediate, see any immediate need to make drastic changes. I would want to continue our existing contracts with known vendors, reliable, that we have good working relationships with our county while we figured out the framework of what the future looks like.
And this is for Teresa. Maybe she knows. None of those autopsy costs are recoverable by any way, like insurance or property or any way to recover any of that cost other than it just coming out of the county's pocket.
Those are the autopsy costs that we've been expending. So I have to assume that there's no way to recoup those if we've already been expending those through the current coroner's budget. We foresee that if we're doing increased autopsies, that those costs would go up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unknowns, sir.
It's a lot of, okay.
And then the other thing is too, is we are just talking about coroner services right now, but when that elected office, the public administrator office will within that. So I would like direction from the board as well, because that's a whole other area around corner services and tied to an elected office that we have never dealt with before in the sheriff's office. That would be a lot to it. I would caution to do some research. We've already talked to some sheriff's offices that are cautioning us to try and stay away from it if we can, but it's something that we'll have to get direction from the board as well.
Just to piggyback on that, and the board does have options. Government code, gives the list of what offices you can consolidate. The public administrator, there are different options, there are different models. Obviously, we've had it with a coroner. That's not uncommon. You do see it with sheriff's office, especially when they're the sheriff coroner. You also see some counties where it's kind of consolidated with the public guardian's office, which is in Health and Human Services. So that is absolutely another option for the board. However, in terms of the mechanics of effectuating any of these changes, the board can, via simple ordinance, consolidate these offices so long as they remain elective. If the board chooses to take a currently elective office and make it an appointive office, that actually would require an election of the voters. So, sorry, but if the board were just looking to make this change via ordinance, you would need to keep that as an elected office. So just in terms of ease, that would be the simplest, but you do have options.
And yeah, I was gonna say, any other questions? I'm gonna ask now. Do we have any public comment?
I know this is probably against some of my coworkers, but I am probably the senior person. I moved up here in 1986, raised my family here, went to school. And when I moved up here, I had a previous, was in law enforcement. And took on the responsibilities of working with the coroner's office. We provided outstanding service and compassion to the constituents of Calaveras County. I don't know how many times that I've walked up to a situation and gotten a hug because they said, "Hey, we're sure glad that you was here." That is going to be unsurpassed. The deputies, they're awesome. We worked side by side with them when Ed Ballard was reconfiguring, resetting up everything and looking at some of the inadequacies. They were only in place because that's how it had been taught over the last few years. The coroner's office itself has always been willing to train up, but has never really ever been provided with the funds to do that. Now, I sat in here and listened through different capacities. I mean, I've been here as the fire chief and any number of other entities. And you guys are worried about money. And the least expensive way to do it is leave it exactly how it is. We provided great service to this county and to the community. I have no issues with working with any of the sheriff's personnel or anything. They are the most phenomenal bunch of people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Very professional. And between the two, we get the job done that needs to be done. So I don't know what else I can say to sway you. She's talking about education. She's talking about those people that are going to go out there. A lot of these young deputies, I hope I'm not putting Supervisor Stopper to sleep, but a lot of these young deputies that go out there, they're going to have to make these death notifications. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the worst thing in the world that you could ever want to do. Who's there at 2 o'clock in the morning? It's coroner's office. You know damn good and well that there's nothing good going to come of that conversation. Many times we ask the deputies to go with us because that alleviates that issue of not having that, or better yet, as Mr. Stopper can attest to, we have the local fire departments go with us and come in because again, they also have a working relationship with the communities. I don't see a need to have things changed. And I'm not afraid to continue working with anybody or however this is, you folks decide, but when you're talking money and we're talking economics, I think what we provide right now is the least expensive way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
My name is Darren Diebold. I own this funeral homes. There is a way to recover some of the funds. Most counties charge, say, $300 to a taxpayer, to a citizen. Out of county deaths, maybe $500, but that's a decision you guys would make. I would like to keep things the way they are, although I support, if it goes back to the sheriff's department, that we retain our contract and do the services we provide now. Options 2 and 3, your loved one leaves the county. And that's, that's a tough thing. Tuolumne County is taking about 10 to 18 days to get a loved one back. So keeping your loved one here in the county with us is the best option.
Hope is my microphone on?
It works.
Okay, so option 2 and 3 are actually combining the sheriff coroner. Option 1 is the separately elected coroner where we would separate it off from the mortuary. I think that's the one that you would have concern over, if I'm correct. Because the reason we would do that is because if someone else were to come into the county, and it's my understanding that someone did briefly come into the county to offer those types of services, we then have a conflict of interest issue for the county that we have to work through. And that could happen in 30 days, 60 days. It could never happen, quite frankly. But we do have to think about that as we're looking at how we're offering these services moving forward. And I could let Sarah.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing for the board to know and be aware of. I think there's a reason why we're one of only 2 counties in the state of California who handles it this way. And actually, there's an attorney general opinion that allows it because it would be an obvious conflict of interest otherwise. Because if you've got someone who owns or works for, or operates a funeral home or mortuary, and that person is the coroner, they obviously can then give themselves business, right? So the Attorney General carved out basically an exception at the request of Inyo County, for counties where there is a sole funeral home in the entire county. So we don't have that conflict of interest because of that. But as the CEO said, all it would take is someone else looking to open this type of business, and we would have a very fundamental conflict of interest problem that quite frankly would get that elected coroner in more trouble than anybody else, because that would be a violation of all manner of conflict of interest laws. So that's sort of the inherent risk in the system that we currently have.
So I bought the funeral homes almost 5 years ago, and almost 5 years ago, which all these guys have been there for, over 20 years. Kevin's been there not only as the coroner, but as a funeral director, and he was the manager. He's going on 33, 34 years. But the year I bought in 21, somebody did open another funeral home in Calaveras County in Angels Camp. He wasn't a local. He didn't last as long as his 1-year lease. But I totally understand that the county could put that up, our contract up for bid, which that was his intentions. That's why he opened that little cremation business, because he wanted to take over the coroner's position. But you're right. Right now, I can't take business because there's nowhere else for it to go.
Right.
Although that is not totally true, because a lot of people own vacation homes here, and they do have a connection with their local funeral home wherever they're from. And we support them and give them that option to travel back to where they're coming from. So my goal is that the taxpayers and the citizens get the best service that they can in a timely manner. We are very timely. in this county. I think if you call Terzic and Wilson Funeral Home in Sonora or Tuolumne County Sheriffs, they'll let you know not only the cost, but the service that the families are receiving, that they can't schedule a service because they don't have a date to get their loved one back into Tuolumne County. Same with Daenerys. So that's my goal. So we'll work with the county and the sheriff's department, whatever's best, but I do want to provide the best service.
Thank you, Derek. Is there any other public comment? Is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Stopper?
Sorry, Don, just thinking real deep. I was on the verge, but I was not out.
I was gonna come check a pulse.
Okay.
He was gonna check my pulse. He's like, we got it.
Oh, man. I hear what you say, Don. I take it to heart. I think Darren really said it right now. From what I'm hearing from county council, and Darren acknowledged it, we still have one mortuary or what it may be at this time.
That's my understanding when you
Yeah,
guys okay
it-
for the system at the moment.
Yeah, but that could change at any moment in the future, and even a guy starting up a cremation service could throw a tool into the spokes of the mechanism at any time. So I think that puts us in a bad position. So I'm definitely willing to consider the change and what it takes to move forward. Now, which one of those works best? I'd have to have you repeat it for me right now, Rochelle. I mean, she says it, I make a motion. You tell me what you want. No, and I know
Just not to.
conservatively.
We won't know until the transition year. So, I mean, we're looking at, of
Okay.
course, the reason why this is before you is because it's election cycle is coming
Yeah.
up. People would be pulling paper.
And
and
it's
stuff.
multiple steps. So I'll get
Right.
to the point is I'm looking at the transition and final decision on what it could be is up to the future. Cause things can change and I would like to be fluid with it. I think we have some decent forethought here. And with that, Don, I do really want to say that I did hear you and I do respect your perspective. I think Darren sort of nailed it when he acknowledged the potential liability there.
Well, I yield to Darren because he is the boss.
Right. And with that, I'm definitely more than happy to consider keeping it the same vendors and contracts at this time. That's it.
Anybody else?
Supervisor Handel?
Or direction? It's not even a motion. It's direction.
I'm looking what you presented to us in option one, keeping it, but yet there's an additional $288,000. Is that an annual cost, that 288? Because
Yes.
I know part of this had to do with staff maintenance maintain records, because they weren't being maintained and they were just. And so we have to go through all of that. And so that cost is going to be an annual cost. That's not just to get up to date. And
Correct.
maintain their all. So,
Correct.
and then, additional part-time county investigators, that's being added into what's not right now.
Correct.
But this is your recommendation. If we go forward with an elected official, this is what needs to be done.
Yes, in order to clean up some of the processes and procedures and also to eliminate the conflict. That's what we were trying to do.
Okay.
And so there is a cost to that.
So that would be an additional 288,000 a year annually. Yet you go down to option number 2, it's 293. It's not that much more. And the extra hire on that one to digitalize and maintain records, that's not just to digitalize what we have that's in paper. That would be an ongoing situation. Again, that would be an annual cost.
So we identified an extra hire during the transition year in order to digitize records, and then hiring a full-time permanent staff to maintain and make sure that we're maintaining adequate records. That's why you'll see that it's a half a year cost really for that initial transition year. And then we also identifying a sheriff sergeant to oversee that process while we're transitioning, because we really need to work with the existing coroner to make sure that we're efficiently transitioning services and that we're not letting anything fall through the cracks as we're moving these services over. They are very important to the community, so we want to make sure that we're doing this right.
Well, that's why I was asking on this transition part of it, because it says and maintain records. So I didn't know, I know we need to digitalize what we have, but it does say and maintain records. So you go down to the next one. I'm not sure, maintaining the records. I know we had, what was it, 187 coroner deaths last year over the course of the years? What?
Less than that.
Less than.
But there's different. There's a full coroner's case that includes an autopsy.
And then there's ones that just. So is that a full-time position is what I'm asking? Because you go down here to the option number 2 and the financial impact annual ongoing. You have like a sheriff's services tech maintaining records as a full-time position. So I'm not, I'm trying to get between what's going on here. So.
Yeah, so typically how our office does it is we'll present the worst case scenario so that hopefully that's what your board is agreeing to. And then if it could be done with less, then of course that would happen. But I personally believe it's probably a full-time sheriff's tech position. Again, I'll defer to the sheriff because she knows more about her operation than I do, but I believe it would take a full-time sheriff's technician.
I think the best way and the most efficient way to do it is to have a dedicated sheriff's tech rather than someone within our staff that is handling records right now and then having to cross-train them with all new things. The sheriff tech is not just going to be maintaining records. They'll be keeping up on statistics. The electronic filing requirements, you know, to meet those so that if we're just gonna have one sergeant cut down on costs, having a non-sworn person doing more of the clerical duties, if we don't have that, then you're looking at a sworn peace officer investigator that's working on the death investigations, now having to take care of a whole bunch of clerical. I will say that our RIMS records management system that we have does have a coroner module already built into it. So we already have a mechanism in place to be able to immediately start digitizing records and moving forward and entry of records. So at least we already have that established. But I would strongly recommend that that is a full-time position, and that's to hopefully alleviate the need of adding a much higher cost of investigators.
So can I?
No, I'm sorry.
So what I'm looking at here is we maintain what we have. It's a cost of $288,000 additional in order to bring it up and maintain. And option number 2, the final transition, final ongoing cost would be 300,000. So it's about a $12,000 difference from what we're going forward. And so one other question is, just to ask, there's a lot of artifacts, I understand. So do we have an area that we're going to dedicate where we need to bring up to date something in order to store all these artifacts before they're, I don't know if they're supposed to be released back to family, if there's no family to go back, whatever, but we'll need some storage type And you're aware of that, and you're,
I am aware of it, and we'll have to make provisions, and that'll be part of the transition, you know, in figuring that out, whether we are going to have to acquire more offsite storage, whether we are going to have to make a capital improvement on-site or within any other government facilities, or whether our property room can take on, you know, within our existing space savers and rooms that we have, that it'll be able to do it. But that transition year, that's the reasoning for putting the sergeant in place 6 months in advance of us taking it. Is a huge part of it is coming up with the SOP, coming up with, you know, not just for the deputy coroners on how they handle stuff, the digitizing of records, but it's also going through the backlog of property, of remains, of years and years of things that we will have to catch up on. And so we are taking that into consideration. So when I say there could be unforeseen costs, that's exactly what we're looking at. And, you know, we had, you saw, in our last fiscal year, we had looked at a capital project of expanding the sheriff's mechanic shop and the possibility of adding rooms to that for a coroner's division. And then the costs of construction costs have skyrocketed since we looked at that, but that is always an option that's something that we would be considering moving forward.
you know, we looked at that option when we were when we built the jail. The cost was passed, as you know, we didn't even get the second part because it's just the pad out there. The cost escalated on it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing as the discussions, like I too, just like Ben said, I hope that we can continue our contract with current mortuaries and body storage services with our existing vendors for autopsies, the medical examiner, all that. My hopes is that we'll be able to continue that. But we won't know until we get into things to see if we're gonna have to start looking at capital projects for body storage or contracting with outside facilities. All of those things are unknowns, and that we won't know until we get direction from the board on where to go.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah, looking for direction.
What's direction?
I'm looking at option 2. I think that makes the most amount of sense, is to bring it in-house and to start that program moving now. It just seems to me that gives the county the best accountability, as well as I don't want to discount Don's saying service to the public as well.
Can you hire Don?
You already pitched that.
Yeah. Supervisor Hollendorf.
I was just,
You cut down the non-budget.
I was gonna agree with Martin.
You agree with Martin?
What am I supposed to say? I agree with you?
No, it's fine.
What you need,
I haven't said where I'm at.
yeah, so do you want me to wait and then I can agree with it?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I'm gonna follow District 3's direction for the first time since I've been here on the board.
This is on tape, you know. I mean, it's been recorded now. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Since you put it that way, I'm not sure. I'm giving $12,000 difference. I'm leaning towards also option number 2.
Supervisor Randall.
Option 2 does seem viable and puts the county in the best position. That being said, I do appreciate what Chief Young said. You know, we recently experienced a death in our family and went through all of your business, and with Dawn came to the door, and it was an amazing experience. You know, so there's a lot to be said for what has been. Yeah, I'm gonna back my co-supervisors on option 2.
And there is this thing, Dawn, when 3 a.m. you get that knock on the door, I didn't know it was you and everyone else, and thank goodness it was all you, because everyone came out better for it.
So I think we have our direction. We can
Thank
go with
you.
Option 2.
Thank you.
So then I think that the next step is you'll see introduction of an ordinance consolidating
the offices then.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience as well. It's been a long day. Thank you.
Thanks for waking me up, Don.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Chief.
We'll move on to supervisor announcements.
Compliance with Government Code 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah. Earlier today, Dr. Smart came in here and thanked me for something that I did, which was merely make a phone call. The real thanks should go to Doug Oliver, our building department head, and Teresa, because I just made the phone call and told them what was going on and that they were supposed to open and they were confused about what was going on. So they got together and they decided what they could do. And I want to thank Doug, because Doug at 5:30, 6 o'clock on Friday night drove from Oak Hill all the way to Valley Springs to do a final inspection. And he found just a couple minor things, but he signed the temporary order to open. And I think they've already resolved those issues. There's one other issue that needs to be resolved, but I think that's in the works now. So the real thanks needs to go to Teresa and Doug Oliver, not me. I just answered a phone call and made a phone call. Now, so the other thing is, I want to say, college football season has started. And many people know that I have family in Hawaii. And my granddaughter's fiance works for Stanford and has worked for Stanford for a long time. And Stanford has met Hawaii 3 out of the 4 last years. And this was the first time on Saturday Hawaii came back. It was a fantastic game. They came back and kicked the last minute field goal to win 23-20. So it was a family thing. It was pretty cool. Everybody was at my house. All the grandkids were there. So it was great.
Awesome.
Well, that's what I have to say.
I do have something to follow up with Gary.
Yeah.
About Doug Oliver, and think him twice because Mr. Rich Dickinson, our fire chief, was talking about something earlier today. And Doug Oliver has already started the movements and is starting to address that. So we have 2 thank yous to Doug.
I think I had that off the whole time, huh?
Oh, yours was on.
Yeah.
Yours is on.
Oh, there we go. I have the right one on.
Supervisor Follendorf?
I like working Gary's.
I just want to say thank you to the few board members that covered me over the last couple of weeks. Since I had some unplanned medical family things go on. So thank you for that. And I am back and catching up.
Supervisor Randall?
Thank you for trusting in me to attend LAFCO on your behalf. Learned a lot. Did that on August 18th.
Oh, yeah.
On August 20th, I attended the Calaveras Amador McCallum Water Authority meeting. Gary joined me there. And on August 22nd, I met with the director of Resource Conservation District, which was very enlightening, learning about all of their projects.
Thank you. I should have thanked Eric from LDA for jumping on the line so quickly for us this afternoon. And we moved on and I didn't say anything. On the 14th, I was at the Murphy's Friends of the Library meeting. And on the 16th with the Rotary of Angels and Murphy's for their event, which was very successful. And that's, Madam CEO, anything? Madam County Council? Stacy?
I think we're good.
Susan? All good? That's it. Thank you very much.